visible. That's green only. Okay. Sir, will you be able to see this screens? Hello, can you able to see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, is it okay? It's very short. Okay, good morning to everyone. And today, this sessions I'm going to teach you about for law pertaining to the health. The law pertaining to health, there are many things, and in your syllabus, it's mentioned for three important act in this. The acts are one is Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971, and followed by some amendments. And there is one more act that is for medical this registration of birth and death registration act 1969. That is the second part of this today's sessions. And for tomorrow I am planning to take another one sessions for 2 hour session. In this I am going to discuss the infant milk substitute, feeding bottles and infant foods act 1992, because the three health related acts are so much important to the as a masters in business administration course, which is purely important for their every common man to understand, to know about what is medical termination pregnancy act, and also death and birth and death registration act, and infant milk substitute and bottles and infant foods act 1992. In this today's sessions I am going to take first for medical pregnancy termination of pregnancy act 1971. Before going to detail of this act, let us have some introduction on this act. The act was enacted by Government of India in the year 1971 with a view to provide termination of pregnancy by a registered medical practitioner for bona fide medical reasons. Sir, why sir this act is so important? Because of the that's the male who cross the age of 21 eligible to be marriage age, and uh, for women also, for those who cross in the age of 18 be it's eligible to get into marriage age, because therefore unwanted reasons sometimes they'll get into pregnancy, or maybe after taking a contraceptive they unplanned pregnancy will be there, or sometime after the carry out this for contraceptives, taking a pills, there is a chance for pregnancy. These are the reasons some extent government has allowed by the law Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971 to terminate this pregnancy with legally with this in the presence of registered medical practitioner. Only this act is emphasizing. The act is extended to whole India excepting Jammu and Kashmir, because of that's the article 356 was very recently in 2020 they revoked it. Before the the act was 355 article was there in Jammu and Kashmir. Because of that reason, while this act was enacting in the year 1971, it is extended to whole India except in Jammu and Kashmir state. Of course, now it is implemented in the Jammu and Kashmir also. The act provides that the medical practitioner may terminate the pregnancy of women who are 18 years of age or more with their consent. Suppose the women with the age group of 18 years or above the 18 years, their unplanned pregnancy somehow occurred by various reasons. You all know that very reason due to the miscontact, due to this for rap, due to the other reasons, the women get into pregnancy. Actually, originally that women don't want to be a pregnant that period, but it's unfortunately it's occurred. That should be terminated. The act is mainly provide to the protection to the women, those do not want to continue the pregnancy and safer expulsion of the this and fetus from the women. It is highly helpful to carry out these terminations in the presence of registered medical practitioner, and those women are having 18 or above the 18 years of age. All these things are happen with their consent of the particular woman. Suppose women don't want to terminate the pregnancy, you cannot carry out the pregnancy termination. Suppose women want to continue the pregnancy, you cannot. Only the women do not want to continue the pregnancy for consent period, they can be terminated by the presence of registered medical practitioner. In case of lunatic women means there is a separate act by Government of India that is defined in the very clearly Lunacy Act 1972, with written consent of their guardians has to be taken. Here the concern is what is lunatic woman who is mentally retarded or mentally disabled, not able to carry out the knowledgeable work in herself. In such a cases, you cannot carry out the Medical Termination Pregnancy Act by consent of the lunatic woman. It's required a consent of their guardians or the person consent to the 1 minute. Person consent to this lunacy women, their guardians or their relative, with their consent only, you can carry out this according to this Lunacy Act 1972. When woman is minor below 18 years, husband or parents or guardian can give consent, because you know that the women the below 18 years not eligible to be a marriage age group. Marriage age group is 18 and above this years age. But unfortunately, the minor girl got for pregnant below the age of 18 years. In such a case, you cannot carry out the termination of pregnancy with the consent of this particular minor woman. Only it is required to a consent of their husband. But that marriage, it may be illegal, even though it is for, if husband is their husband or the parents or the guardian can give the consent to terminate the pregnancy. The pregnancy may be terminated only at a hospital established or maintained by the government or place approved by it for the purpose. Because the question has come, the termination of the pregnancy is so easy. As you know that India is fully comprised of villages, remote hill area. Their medical facilities are in the remote level. Even you cannot find a doctors in the for the village with sometimes with the population of 200 people, 300 people are living in a hill area. There they'll think that the termination of pregnancy can be carried out in the household level. Carrying the termination of pregnancy in the household level with an untrained person, not a medically qualified person, it is illegal. It is leads to penalties or will be fine also will be there for when you carry out the termination of pregnancy in the absence of registered medical practitioner. In this Act 1971 Act very clearly say that pregnancy may be terminated only at the hospitals. The hospital means government has given specified hospital. In the specified hospital, maybe a district headquarters hospital or in the district headquarters hospital itself, there is a separate ward for this to terminate the pregnancy. There is a trained registered medical practitioner will be there. In the presence of trained medical practitioner only, you can carry out this termination of pregnancy act. Even private hospital also allowed. The hospital need to get a consent or approval from the government of India. It is specified for that this hospital can be allowed to carry out that termination of the pregnancy. Because all these places are required for a skilled people and registered medical practitioner to can carry out that terminate the pregnancy, not by the either by a healthcare worker or maybe a nurse or maybe a trained people. They claim that I am a trained people, I have experience on this. If you may be trained, maybe experienced on this field, but it's not qualified as a registered medical practitioner, you cannot be allowed to carry out the terminate the pregnancy. It is, if you are involved in such a case, it is illegal. That's why government of India, they provided a special place or specific places can be carried out this all this the termination of pregnancy with the government approval and within the framework of the law of termination of the Pregnancy Act 1971. Hope you are understanding. If you have any questions, you can ask end of the session. First, I'll complete this for this act completely. Then I'll give enough time to ask the questions. You can raise the questions. I am ready to answer for the questions. And next is procedure for pregnancies of not more than 12 weeks. Actually, the pregnancy period is totally, it is a 40-week periods. In this 40-week periods, first trimester is for 12 weeks, that is 3 months period. Second trimester will come for 6 months period. In the 6 months is almost 24 weeks. There is actually, the question has come, you can terminate the pregnancy after 24 weeks or after 20 weeks or there. There is a provisions are there, only up to 20 weeks. You can terminate the pregnancy legally. But it's go beyond that. It is, if you want to terminate, it is dangerous to the mother as well as the health of the mother will be affected. Sometimes it's legally, it's not approved. In first, we look into that. There are the procedure for pregnancy of not more than 12 weeks. How to terminate, what the act is saying. In second part, we are going to see for 12 weeks to 20 weeks, what the changes are there, how it can be terminated. Then after that, there are more than 20 weeks, what can you do? Actually, try to understand the total pregnancy period comes for 40 weeks of period. In the 40 weeks of period, first we are going to see for 12 weeks. Suppose the woman for in childbearing age group with the pregnant of 12 weeks want to terminate the pregnancy, and what to do? A medical practitioner can be terminated it if he is the opinion that after consulting with the registered medical practitioner, preferably now it says clearly registered medical practitioner will be a qualified person of MD gynecologist or MS obstetrics and OBG is eligible as a registered medical practitioner can terminate the pregnancy. But the questions may come, I am just by medical practitioner for MBBS can be, preferably it's not. It goes only to the specialized people who can terminate the pregnancy. It's a only qualified MD gynecologist or MS. MDs now the qualification they change it to Masters in Surgery in OBG, and before 10 years before and all this course was called as a MD. Either MD or MSP, OBG only is eligible to terminate the pregnancy. And after consulting with the woman has to consult with the OBG specialist, and OBG specialist can give the opinion that in the following conditions, if allow, can terminate the pregnancy. First one is its continuation is a grave danger to the life of the mother who is in the 12 weeks period of the pregnancy, and because of this pregnancy, he has got a grave danger to his life, or he'll find difficult to lead the normal life. First point. Second point is health will be majorly affected. Or third point, he'll be in continue the pregnancy. It will harmful to her health. In such a case, after taking an opinion from the registered medical practitioner, maybe it's for gynecologist, then you can terminate the pregnancy. That is the first point. Second point, deteriorate her physical and mental health, because the women don't want a pregnancy, but pregnancy somehow occurred, either knowingly or with some unwantedly. In such a case, she feel that normally, you know, that the Indian women are very much shy about to say about their health problems. They will say their health problem to others. It is a positive one, means they'll share much. It is negative one, means what they'll keep in their mind. Anything you will keep in mind longer time, it leads to a mental health problem. It is, otherwise you can call it as a stress. The stress leads to a physical and mental health, and leads to a mental disorder also. In such a case, if you keep longer time, up to 1 month, you feel that there is a misconception, it's all right. Or there are some health reasons. There are 2 months is a misconception. There is a reasons why it is a misconception like that. In that case, they will feel that, oh, I don't want this pregnancy. Somehow I want to remove this, terminate this pregnancy. Then all these things are leads to a mental stress. The mental stress conditions, the physical the status of the women also will be deteriorate. The deterioration of the physical and mental health condition after taking an opinion from the MS OBG registered medical practitioner, you can go for termination. That is the second option. And third option is, if it is confirmed that child to be born would seriously handicap or due to physical or mental abnormality. Because during this 12 weeks period, if you take a CT scan and see this view that what is the status of this fetus, whether it is a normal or maybe a abnormal one, or maybe the child going to pregnant to be born with a congenital anomalies. You all know that congenital anomaly means there is a defect in the normal organs. Maybe a heart will be sunken, or maybe a number of valve will be more, or maybe a abnormality in the size of the fingers, abnormality in the size of the leg. There is abnormality of, there is a no growth in the certain part of the body, the fetus, which is required or is supposed to be the growth rate for the 12 weeks period. These all call it as a congenital anomaly. Suppose you that they noticed within the 12-week period, you will get a the women get a confusion whether I continue the pregnancy. If I continue the pregnancy, what is going to happen if the child is born? The child is born with a seriously handicapped or mentally abnormality, mental disorders, or maybe as I told you, for there is a chances for congenital anomalies or otherwise some other defects. In that case, the OBG doctors feel, as well as the woman feel that I don't want to continue the pregnancy because of there is a chances for handicapped child, physical and mental abnormality. That's why this is not able to tolerate me. That's why please terminate the pregnancy. There is a reason. There is another reasons you can go for termination in case of pregnancy caused by RAP or otherwise miscontracectives, failure of contraceptives. You know that there are a lot of methods are there for contraceptions, and unfortunately there is 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 there is a chances of failure. The failure, sometimes the women will take pills for hormonal tablets, and the hormonal tablet they feel that it is a safe as a contraceptive, or sometimes they'll go for this one ring methods. There are few tube methods. There are few methods are available as a contraceptive method, but there is a rare chances are there. There is a chance for failure also. The failure is unfortunate. In the failure case, or otherwise women, as you know that every day we are seeing this newspaper, the women's going and there will be gang of people for raped or other something. There is this misbehaved and ultimately she's become a pregnant. In that case, the women who is in this condition don't want to continue the pregnancy, you can terminate. Hope you all understood. For the 12 weeks period, first reason for grave danger to the life of mother. Second reason, physical and mental health deteriorate of the mother. Third reasons, the child would seriously handicapped and for physical mental abnormality. And fourth reasons, failure of contraceptive or RAP. You can terminate the pregnancy in this 12 weeks period. 12 weeks period. You have you understood? For anything you want to ask me the question for in this level, in this stage, I can ready to answer. Any questions from the audience? Are you understanding? Hello? I want to hear some. Anybody raise the questions? You have question on to me for up to this level? Hello? Anything you want to ask me, you can ask through the chat box. That also I am ready to answer, because this is the second procedures for pregnancy, not more than 12 weeks. As I told you already, the pregnancy will also continue in between the 12 weeks to 20 weeks. You can terminate. Next, we will take for 12 to 20 weeks. The procedure for pregnancy more than 12 weeks, but less than 20 weeks. You all know that the pregnancy period is 40 weeks. In this 40 weeks, if it's a 12 weeks period, you want to terminate, you have to say the reasons. With that reasons, you can you can terminate the pregnancy. Suppose the pregnancy is across the period of 12 weeks, but it's less than 20 weeks. There is another method of procedure that you have to follow. It can be terminated if not less than 2 registered medical practitioners, because you all know that the pregnancy period is more weeks. That means the fetus growth rate will be more. You all can ask me the questions for even for 30 weeks. 30 weeks you cannot terminate, only you will get a child. Reason behind is, if you want to terminate the pregnancy, what will happen? Maybe chances of death may occur to the this one mother. To avoid that, once it is crossed 20 weeks, it's almost 5.5 months. It's for 5 months, 5 months period. You up to 5 months period, legally it is allowed to terminate the pregnancy. But you cannot terminate the pregnancy with a single registered medical practitioner, because it is for complicated ones. Once it crosses the pregnancy 12 weeks, there is a growth rate of this fetus will be more. And then if you're in presence of 2 registered medical practitioner, this medical practitioner with their opinion saying that okay, the woman health is okay, human physical mental healths are okay, so that you can terminate. Or if you terminate, there is a dangerous to mother, that you cannot carry out. That is the difference between 12 weeks and 20 weeks. And also this can be done only in the specified hospital recommended by or permitted by Government of India. Either is a private hospital or maybe a government hospitals. Mostly it's carried out in the government hospitals. Procedure for pregnancy for any durations. So far we have discussed for 2 level. One is 12 weeks, another one is for 20 weeks. Whereas in the case of more than 20 weeks on any duration, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? It is terminated by registered medical practitioner when the life of mother is in dangerous. It is done only in hospital with adequate emergency requirement and specialist services. Suppose the woman have crossed the pregnancy period of more than 20 weeks. Suppose it is in 30 weeks or 35th week, but you can terminate the pregnancy, But sometime if the fetus will come as a child, will come, you have to keep it in the ICU for longer period, then you can safeguard the child. Or maybe in the 25th week, you can terminate. Which condition you can terminate? Now, the registered medical practitioner can say that if the termination is not happened, it is dangerous to the mother. And dangerous to mother means mother health, mother life. But if it's not terminated, there may be a chance for death may occur. In such a cases, you can terminate the pregnancy only in the hospital. Hospital should have adequate emergency requirement, not in the normal hospital. The hospital should have a facility for to carry out the termination of pregnancy, should have ICU, any emergency. There should have a blood bank. The lab should have a NABL accredited lab. There are all this sophisticated or tertiary care hospitals. You can carry out this termination of pregnancy at any point of time after the 20 weeks of period. But these also be carried out in presence of specialist service. Here I am saying this specialist means, as I told you in the beginning itself, for MD gynecologist or MS OBG, OBG, obstetrics and gynecologist only. But you can ask me, in the first 3 months pregnancy, registered medical practitioners are carried out in. It's of course it is mentioned as a registered medical practitioner. For safer point of view, anything you can carry out this termination of pregnancy only in the presence of registered medical practitioner is good, because of, and also it's you have a tertiary care hospital, any emergency, any unwanted things are happen, any allergic reactions are happen, any dangers to the health, any medical related problem or any other problem cause, that can be overcome only in the tertiary care hospital with all these facilities available. You have any questions until this part? So I'm expecting somebody will speak so that it is encourage me to talk more, and also I save some more points. Can you raise any questions or have any doubt on this up to this part, audience? Can you hear? Any questions? The rise ma. Otherwise, you come in the chat box. Otherwise, I'll complete this topic. Then I'll ask the question for 10 minutes. Sir, you have questions? Somebody raise the questions. Hello? You want to ask me any questions? Or you understood everything clearly? You can use the chat box. Any questions are there? I'll look into that. Finally, I'll answer for all the questions. If you are not, I am not audible to you, or you are not audible to me, that time you can raise the questions. Next, offense and penalties. The termination of pregnancy by a person who is not a registered medical practitioner shall be deemed to be a punishable offense under Indian Penal Code and may be fined up to 1,500 rupees. Don't ask me 1,500 is a small amount, sir. I can pay it. I continue this termination of pregnancy as a non-medical persons, but it's not good. It is not, because of the law is enacted in the year 1971. That's it. So this amount was very less, and you all know that sometimes the punishable will go for under the imprisonment also. And normally, in my view, there are a lot of people are carry out in the village level termination of pregnancy, but you should not carry out the termination of pregnancy without the presence of the registered medical practitioner. Why is it's sometimes it's very simple, sir. 1 month or 2 months periods or 8 weeks period, 4 weeks period. 4 weeks period is very simple, but in that too also you got to carry it out only in presence of registered medical practitioner. At some time people will go and take this pills tablet, or sometimes expulsion may occur. But it's all many times is good, but rare situation it causes dangerous to the health of humans. But better, or the law is clearly saying that you have to terminate the pregnancy only in the presence of registered medical practitioner. Or if the absence of terminations happen, anybody is carried out this termination without qualification, without experience on this field, they are comes under punishable offense under the IPC and may be fined up to 1,500 rupees, sometime penalty with imprisonment. Rules and regulation. Central government may make a rules to give effect to the provisions of this act. Government of India, they framed the rules to provide this medical and termination act. One is experience and training of a registered medical practitioner intending to terminate pregnancy. As told you already, the registered medical practitioner with a specialist of MD gynecologist or MS obstetrics and gynecologist with experience in the terminate of the pregnancy, they will undergo some kind of training during their this on the study period, as well as they would work in the set of government hospitals. After getting a training and experience, can be able to terminate the pregnancy with proper qualification, as told you earlier. Such other matters as are required to be or may be provided by rules made under this act. The government may make regulation to provide for certification of opinion, registered medical practitioner, and preservation or disposal of such a certificate. You can give a certificate. It will be pregnancy may be terminated. So that in future I can first my pregnancy was first pregnancy terminated. Because of termination occurred due to the reason for my ill health. Health is dangerous to me if I continue the pregnancy, or the pregnancy is continued, the child may be born with a handicapped, with a congenital anomaly. That's why I will terminate my pregnancy. They'll give us certificates. Either it is called as certificates or it's opinions. Mostly it is called as a certificates, and the disposable of such certificates is required. Furnishing of information about termination of pregnancy and any matter connected therewith. Provision of disclosure of information given under except specified person. No suit or legal action can be prosecuted against registered medical practitioner for any damages caused by anything done by him in good faith under the act. Actually, this third point is so important because normally doctors will carry out this. Doctors will carry out registered medical practitioner only to carry out this termination of pregnancy act. However, during the termination of pregnancy act, anything happen to the woman, any unwantedly, any health related issues after the termination of pregnancy, the registered medical practitioners not a reasons, because normally doctors are carrying out any surgery or any treatment with their best knowledge to cure the patient and help the patients only. But unfortunately, there are the chance for go for negatively also. If it is go negatively, that's not a reason for a doctors. It is for that the woman cannot claim for the against the doctor who carry out the termination of pregnancy for any compensation or other things. Actually, nowadays it's going for other way around, and the recent act is saying, even it is, I'll be teaching you in upcoming slide, there is an amendment in this act. The registered medical practitioner, if he had not taken care about this woman, but unfortunately is not carried out the termination of pregnancy perfectly, then there is a loophole is there. In that they can approach the court and get into the punishment to the registered medical practitioner. That is for rare situation. But initially the act was introduced in the 1971. That point was not included. But however, this upcoming slide, the amendment part is saying that point. The amendment point, the MTP Act, that is Medical Termination Pregnancy Act 1971, and the MTP Act Amendments 2021. Now you have to look for what is the difference between the 1971 Act and the Amendment Act of 2021. One is indication, contraceptive failure. Contraceptive failure It is applied to the married woman. Why? Because unmarried woman not supposed to use contraceptives. There won't be any valid reason for using for contraceptive. That's why in 1971 Act, it's only applicable for married women. Whereas the Act 2021 clearly say that unmarried women also covered. Why? Because many unmarried women, the marriage is one, their will and wish. But pregnancy women, their wish. But they want to continue or don't want to continue their will and wish. But it's with valid reasons they want to terminate. Even though the woman is unmarried, he can carry out the terminacy in the recent act of 2021. It gives a coverage to the woman who unmarried, don't want to continue the pregnancy, want to terminate the pregnancy. It is highly helpful because of the Parliament Act 1971, MTP Act, 19th Amendment Act of 2021. There is a lot of revolutions, a lot of changes, a lot of environmental climate changes, a lot of reasons are there. There is a amendment is required in the act. The amendment is allowed for unmarried women are also covered MTP. And gestation age limit. But in the 1971 Act, we discussed only up to 20 weeks for all indications. Only if it go for about 20 weeks, there should be a valid reasons, and only the two registered medical practitioner has to decide whether it can be terminate the pregnancy. That is for extraordinary situation. The law is act is not clearly saying that about 20 to 40 weeks what to do. But unfortunately, there are many cases are there in between the age group of the pregnancy period of 20 to 40 weeks. That's why the brought is another amendment. It says for 24 weeks for a rape survivor. Suppose the woman had some problem, rape survivor, and it says pregnancy is occurred. The pregnancy went up to 24 weeks. But what to do, sir, after 24 weeks? The law is providing clearly after 24 weeks. Beyond 20, rape survivor, you can carry it out termination act, 24 weeks. Beyond 24 weeks, substantial fetal abnormality. This abnormality, I said very clearly, is a congenital abnormality mainly. You can terminate the pregnancy. This about 20 weeks period, there is a provision is given for this. Medical practice opinion required one RMP, one registered medical practice for till 12 weeks. The same it is for one RMP till 20 weeks. It's for 20 weeks. Opinion required for before termination, 2 RMP till 20 weeks. 2 RMP 20 to 24 weeks. 20 to 24 weeks. Medical board approval for after 24 weeks. The medical board one is normally it will be there every medical college and decide the fate of the people, what to do after getting proper approval from the medical board. You can terminate the pregnancy. Suppose I am the pregnant woman in the pregnancy age period, week period of 24 weeks. What to do, sir? Then you can apply for to the medical board, valid reasons. They will go through the documents. If they are satisfied, then they will give approval. After the approval, you can terminate the pregnancy. Terminate the pregnancy, and breach the woman's confidentiality. Suppose you are carrying out one termination act, pregnancy, as a medical practitioner or any health workers are involved, but you are not maintaining the confidentiality, and if you are not maintaining, it will goes to fine up to 10,000 rupees, 1,000 rupees, and it is go for breach this confidentiality. It will go for in the recent amendment act. It will go with fine and imprisonment of 1 year. That's why the confidentiality you should maintain, and you should not breach the confidentiality to the third party, because it's very, very important, because every individual have a right to do anything, because of our country law is saying individuals can follow according to the policy of the government, but you can, as either is a registered medical practitioner or any healthcare workers who involved in the termination of pregnancy act and is breached the confidentiality, is passing the news to third person. I carried out this termination, so and so did. It's all be breached the confidentiality, and if it is breached, and if it is come to know after verification it's true, that leads to a imprisonment for 1 year. Key provision of the MTP amendment: termination due to the failure of contraceptive method or device. Even for copper T, there are also device methods. Devices one with the metals will be the copper metals will be there. Under the act, the pregnancy may be terminated up to 20 weeks by a married woman in case of failure of contraceptive method or device. It allows unmarried women to also terminate pregnancy for these reasons. You can allow for unmarried women also. Because the major difference between the 71 and 2020 Act, unmarried women also has a this an opinion can go for termination of the pregnancy. Opinion needed for termination of pregnancy. Opinion of one registered medical practitioner for termination of pregnancy. This already I discussed, recognized. I'll be for in nutshell, I'm saying this point. Opinion for 2 RMP for termination of pregnancy, 20 to 24 weeks of gestation period. Opinion of state level medical board is essential for pregnancy to be terminated after 24 weeks. This is the latest amendment of Medical Termination Act is saying this point. An upper gestation limit for special category, increase the upper gestation limit from 20 to 24 weeks for special categories of women. Special categories are women means here they define very clearly either a rape survivor or may victim of incest or other vulnerable women. Vulnerable women means they are differently abled. There may be a minor group below the age group of 18 years, or a woman, unmarried woman, or a woman married widow, or maybe a for women is not able to understand the things what is going on in and around, mentally retarded, or women without the knowledge the pregnancy has occurred, or in that case even the gestation period go for beyond 20 to 24 weeks, consider as a special category. You can terminate the pregnancy and confidentially name and other particulars of woman whose pregnancy has been terminated shall not be revealed. Suppose in the hospital you carried out the termination of pregnancy, the hospital register is there so and so name, and either is a doctor or healthcare professional who involved in the process of termination of pregnancy, he can come out and say that today we carried out this pregnancy, termination of pregnancy, so and so woman or girl. In that get it's violating confidence. You should not reveal outside, except to a person authorized in any law that is currently in force. And you have any questions up to this level? Hello, all of you can hear me? Anybody can talk? It's good for me so that I can understand very clearly how much you understood. Can you talk? Anybody's? Hello? Or can you use a chat box?
No questions, sir.
Okay, you understood, sir? So how do you feel these sessions?
Yes, it is good, sir.
Good. So you have questions. Actually, it is a law only. Because of the law, you can be download straight away. It's just to type it is the law, Medical Termination and Pregnancy Act, 1971. You can download straight away. From that, you can read. Just I'm making to understand because I'm basically paramedical persons. so that my explanation will be some extent will be good enough. They chosen me as a speaker for this today's sessions for all the health related topic. Next, the significance, the new law will contribute towards the ending preventable maternal mortality to help meet the sustainable development goals. As you are all know that, as you are all MBA, a sustainable SDG is a goal for the any country. In that, maternal mortality also very important, because as you know that you all basically will be better than me, you know about what is GDP, how this SDG will be calculated. And SDG will be calculated, one of the parameters maternal mortality. Maternal mortality should be prevented. That is indicate that clearly it's a country growth rate. And country growth rate, you all know that's not only for economic growth, it's a growth of economic and health of the people, poverty of the people, and sustainable development of goals, and maternal mortality and child death rate. There are child nutrition level. There are so many parameters. In the one of the parameter, it will be sustainable development goals is maternal mortality. Because if a law is enacted clearly, it will prevent the maternal mortality. Because otherwise, what will happen? It is not terminated in particular weeks or particular period. There is a chance for a child with death rate is more, or it is come for abnormalities, or maybe a mentally retarded. So many problem it causes. To avoid that SDG point of view, the maternal mortality, if the act is enacted, will be very much helpful. Second point, in the Act 3.1 says pertaining to reducing a maternal mortality ratio ratio. Because in India, there is an initial period of our after independence, the maternal mortality was more. Now slowly, because of India is going for sustainable development goals to meet out the international requirement, as well as for our health sectors are working hard to meet the all the requirement of the people. And in the one of the things is for maternal mortality, the ratio, when it's reduced the ratio, it's highly helpful to increase the SDG. And also it's pertain to universal access to sexual and reproductive health rights. Because universal access, sexual and reproductive health and rights. Every man has got a right to do what they want and within the purview of the law. The amendment will increase the ambit and access for women safe abortions, because any women want to carry out the terminate the pregnancy, rather we call it as abortions. In that case, you can safely can carry it out, and service will be ensured, because normally people that if you carry out the abortion for 12 weeks or 24 weeks or 24 weeks, all generally people in village level they feel that something they for a grave mistake, but they'll be afraid. They are afraid to share their this news to others, or that we are seeing this in the rural levels. To dignified way, you want to carry out the abortions, you can carry out. This law will be highly helpful to ensure dignity, autonomy, confidentiality, justice for women who need terminate pregnancy. Any woman want to terminate the pregnancy within the purview with valid reasons, whatever we discussed earlier, in the dignified manner, autonomy individually can decide, and they can take confidentiality can be maintained, and within the purview of law and justice can be done by the woman. Only thing is you can carry out this termination of pregnancy only in the specified places allowed, and either in the hospitals, mostly in the government based hospital. Even private hospital also got a permission to carry out the termination of pregnancy. You can carry out and safely with legally. Different opinion on termination sometime. One opinion is that terminating pregnancy is a choice of pregnant woman and a part of her reproductive rights. While other is that state has an obligation to protect life and hence should provide for the protection of the fetus. Sometimes you have to give a protection of fetus. There are different opinions. Some people don't. It's a gentle. There are some in the law itself some issues, but don't take it lightly, because the issue is everywhere. It is there for in minorly. And that minor thing is for continue the pregnancy, it's the obligation to protect life and hence should be provide for protection of the fetus. Across the world, countries set varying condition and time limits for allowing abortions. Because India has got a law, in this law it's for 12 weeks and 12 to 20 weeks and beyond 24 weeks or any point of time of pregnancy. That's a different stages of the pregnancy. You can terminate the pregnancy. But same law is not applicable. It is country to country variation. In the Western countries, they have a different kind of opinions, different kind of periods for carrying out the termination of pregnancy. Because we basically for Indians, we follow for Indian regulations and what it says the Indian Act. We concentrated only the Indian Act. Even your syllabus also focus for Indian Act, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971 and their amendment. Based on that fetal health and risk to the pregnant woman, the time period, other things are decided. Country to country, it varies. Not allowed beyond 24. The Act allow abortion after 25 only in cases where a medical board diagnosed substantially fetal abnormality. Implies that for a case requiring abortion due to the RAP that exceeded for 20 weeks, only recourse remained through a written petitions. With the written petition only, you can go for the abortion ones. And for only performed by a doctors with specialization in gynecology and obstetrics. This point and all, gynecology and obstetrics and all came in the 2021 Act. Why is that it's not in 1971? In 1971 is for around 40, 50 years old period. Those period time, we can able to find only a rarely for few people who have studied for MD gynecology, obstetrics and all. Only mostly this MBBS undergraduates medical practitioner only carried out this. Because now the facilities are available more and qualified persons are more than they are saying specifically for gynecology and obstetrics. That I explained you the beginning itself. Even now we can carry it out only in the either is the MD for gynecology, that is in 10 years before they awarded a degree like that. Now they are awarding a degree as a women specialist or women healthcare specialist. India only we are calling it as obstetrics and gynecologist. In foreign countries, they are calling it as a women specialist. Only they will deal for women-related issues and other things. There is a 70% shortage of such a doctor in community health center in rural areas. Pregnant women may continue to find a difficult access facility for safe abortion because you cannot find all the highly specialist doctors in the primary health center level. That's why they have to move to the district level hospital. There you can find this gynecologist and obstetrician. The specified hospital you can carry out this this termination of pregnancy act. And way forward government is looking. It is commendable that central government has taken such a bold stand while balancing the diverse culture, because India is a diverse country, different culture people are living. That's why they may be taken a decisions. There is a lot of amendments done in the MTP Act 2020 traditional and school of thought that our country maintains. However, the amendment still leaves women with various conditionalities, which in many cases become an impediment and access to safe abortion. There is a requirement from Justice K.S. Puttaswamy, is a retired judge. He has given a case against the government of India in 2017. He said the court recognized the constitutional right of women to make reproductive choices as a part of personal liberty under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, saying that every woman has got a right to become a reproductive choice, either to be continued or can be terminated, which despite laying robust jurisprudence or reproductive right and the privacy of women, does not translate into the fundamental shift in power from the doctor to the woman seeking an abortion. That it cannot be decided by only a doctor. There is a chance for deciding women also. Then outcome, the way forward, government needs to ensure that all norms and standardized protocol in clinical practice to facilitate the abortions are followed in healthcare institutions across the country should be streamlined and standardized with the standardized protocol so that the act will be enacted properly. Along with that, question of abortion need to be decided on the basis of human rights, principle of solid science, and in step with advancement in technology. Because every act it's passed in the 71, 56 after independence, there are a lot of amendments, a lot of advance in the technology, advance in the medical fields are happened. That is also going to bring it. Since it has now become an act, one can be assured that countries on the road to advancement addressing human issues more fiercely than ever. That's what this Justice Puttaswamy against the government of India, the way forward level they moved to change in this. And with this, I have completed for Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971. I'll give 5 minutes time. You have any questions, you ask me. Otherwise, I'll give 5 more minutes time. Exactly by 11 o'clock, I'll start for another topic for today discussions. I'll give 5 minutes time. Do you have any questions? Okay. So I have slide I showed you. Any question? You didn't share the slide? We'll be starting for another session within 5 minutes. By 11 or 11:05, I'll start. If you have questions, I'll answer. If you know questions, I'll take another topic for registration of Birth and Death Act 1969. Oh. What about the consent in case of unmarried women? Unmarried woman is a personal consent he has to give. Personally, he has to give the consents. Personal consents. Hope 1038 they raise the questions. What about consent in case of unmarried woman? Sir, able to hear my voice? See, nobody
Yes,
answering. That's why it's a little disappointing me. Satish Kumar, can you able to hear my voice? Tamil Vendan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Slide you have seen?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. If you have any questions you ask, otherwise I'll stop here. I'll join with a new topic within 5 minutes. Is it okay for you? Says Louis Sisikaran, there is a
Yes, sir.
individual woman, unmarried woman can take themselves is a consent.
Self-consent.
They can give a consent themselves. I am willing
Okay.
in the written consents in that they can provide. They can proceed. Only for because of that also came unmarried woman possibility after 2021 MTP Act, not in the earlier. The provision was there because many cases was there as you raise this question unmarried woman these problems practically. Okay, we no questions. I'll start by 11:05. Another topics. The another topic is I'll give a brief introductions because in the act is a birth and death registration act because any birth is occurred, how do you get the birth certificate? What is the procedure for getting the birth certificate? And where do you register? Who are the registrar? How India is looking for that? How Indian acts are saying? With the basic introduction, I'll move at 11:05. If you know questions, please join at 11:05. Myself, other remain there. I'll join with 11:05. Just I'll have a break for 5 minutes. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll join it. Share. Huh?
Share. First,
Yeah.
enter screen.
There it is.
That you have to select.
Here.
Share.
Which one? No? That is MTP.
Yeah. Okay,
Sir.
sir. No problem, sir. This we have to select, sir. Then I can minimize it.
All of you can able to see the screens? Shall we start now?
Yes, sir.
Able to see the screen, ma? Screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because of our last session, people have told some of them is not able to see the screen. So that I make ensure that everyone is seeing the screen. Because the first session we discussed about medical and termination Pregnancy Act 1971. As I told you, I'm going to discuss only for a health-related act for this unit. In the unit, two more topics are left over. Maybe after some time we'll try for finance and tax and other things. Anyway, I'll continue this because registration of Birth and Death Act is 1969. You all know that any birth is occurred, you require a birth registration. Finally, leads to a birth certificate. Any death is occur, you require a death certificate, and also legal for that leads to a legal R certificate. Legal R certificates is required for next generation people to carry out the any properties issues or anything to be carried out. Which is basic introductions for registration of birth and death acts. You'll be learning for introductions, registration of establishment. See how do you register, who are the people are involved, what are the granularity level of this registration procedures from start with the registers of India and to the state level, then it is go for district level, then it is go for register magistrate level, then it is go for a sub-register level. There you normally carry out for your registration, either a birth and death and the registration procedures. And after the registration procedure, how they are maintaining the records, and they maintain the records, what the procedure you have to follow, and what the statistical point of view to look in for maintaining the records and other procedure. Other point is miscellaneous. As we are going to discuss in this registration of Birth and Death Act 1969 of Government of India, in this following heading: establishment, registration, maintenance, and miscellaneous. And it is a little lengthy topic and easy also. I'm advising all of you, we can straight away you can see my slide. The slide I didn't alter much. Whatever it is there in the act, that only I follow, because act I cannot change it. Only my point of view I can give better explanation. Basically, some people know very well this explanation also. Otherwise, if you read once, you can understand. Notes, you can download this heading, you put in the Google, and you can download this act and 1969 act. Any amendments also you can download. I can read it. With this, I'll go for introductions. The act was enacted by the Parliament in the year 31st May 1969 and published in the gazettes. Once it's published in the gazettes of Government of India, it go for implementation. They published in the Gazette 1969. That's why the act is called as the Registration of Birth and Death Act 1969. The implementation was effective various time period because of after this publications published in the gazettes, it go for implementation. Now with various time period, there are some small changes are there in the area. In the period of 1970, 71, 72, and 74, in various parts of the India. Sir, what is various parts of India? The act was not enacted at a time throughout India, because you know that India is a multicultures and it is like a small continent. It's a continent because of the population size and state wise and behavior and culture, language wise. This is initially it was not enacted. Some area, some part, because two hill area, the facility is not available area, like part of the Jammu and Kashmir, part of this Ladakh area, some area it's not implemented. And slowly they're implemented after 1970, 71, 72, 74, slowly in the various part of India and various time period. And before going to detail about the act, it's saying various definition, and I wanted to discuss for few definition about birth. What is birth? Literal meanings: live birth or still birth. Birth. In this, again, is live birth means complete expulsion or extraction from its mother. Birth means not is a part of this organs, part of the portions should be there with the mother, completely extracted or completely expelled. Normal delivery, you can use the word for expulsions, or maybe it's go for cesarean methods. Also, it can go for complete extraction from mother. It's called as a live birth. And stillbirth means fetal death, and the fetus with the expulsion of death, its occur is called as a stillbirth. This is the basic definition of death, birth. Death means permanent disappearance of all evidence of life. Meaning to now death certificates doctors are wanted to give, they want to check up to the ECG levels. Because of rare situations, even remote village level, they say that they declared without a medical practitioner, patient is or person is died in. Once it is go to graveyard, there you can find there is some chances for alive. That the case because of we are seeing the rare situation in the newspaper also. This way, death means now up to the level of ECG checkup. ECG monitoring checkup should have a nil in the cardiac rhythms. And it's a permanent disappearance of all evidence of life. It's called as a death. This way, death certificate also you will get it from only the registered medical practitioner can give. While giving the registered death certificate, registered medical practitioner to take and care, he'll check with the pulse rate, heart rate, even for up to the level of going to check the ECG. When all these reports are saying that there is a death has occurred, negative, then they'll declare as a death. That also death can be declared by only a registered medical practitioner. Nowadays, even registered medical practitioner also what they are saying, I was seeing this case for past 6 months. They are under my control. They are under my custody. They are regular my patient. Then I can give you a declaration. If a new patient comes, death is occurred some hospital, some other places. If a new doctors want to know, that is not a legally worth enough. Anything goes wrong, they are responsible. That's why they feel that in the hospital itself, where the death is occurred, themselves give a death certificate. Or any regularly patients are showing to the particular doctor, registered medical practice, they can check, they can give the death certificates. That's what is mean by death and birth. When how the registrations are happening? Registrations are happening in the various level. First, Registrar General of India. Government of India will notify in the Gazette, we appointed so and so person as a Registrar General of India and look after for all the registration related activities. But he cannot carry out the entire country registration activities. He is the ultimate authority. That says called as the Registrar General of India. Under the Registrar General of India, each state government will appoint chief registrar. The chief registrar is appointed by a state government. Then chief registrar will go and appoint for various registration division. The registration divisions are district registrar, registrar, and sub-registrar. The sub-registrar only we are seeing for land registration, other things, and other even there also it's death recreations also will be occurs. District registrar State government may appoint a district registrar for each revenue district, according to comes under revenue department. The whole process will be carried out by the revenue department only. Registrar, the state government may appoint registrar for each local area comprising the area which is jurisdiction of the municipality, panchayat, other local authority. Normally, people register their death or a birth to the municipality. If it is a corporation, go for corporation council, or maybe a municipality or panchayat, if the rural means panchayat, or maybe a small hamlet like places, there is a local authority appointed by the government. We call it as a registrar. Every registrar shall have an office in the local area for which he is appointed. Every registrar shall attend his office for purpose of registering birth and death on such a days and such a hours. He can go for particular date, particular hours in the weekdays. He will be available in his office. Then any persons is a death is occurred or birth is occurred in his house or in his family, then he can register their details in the presence of registrar office in particular days. Registrar may, with prior approval of the chief registrar, appoint sub-registrar within his jurisdictions. Registrar is empowered to appoint with the approval of chief registrar of the state government, can appoint sub-registrar. What are the things it comes under his jurisdictions? The granularity go like this, from lower level to sub-registrar, registrar, then it go for district registrar, then it go for chief registrar, then Registrar General of India. In upper level, from the top to bottom, it go for Registrar General of India, chief registrar, district registrar, registrars, and sub-registrars. Now, we look into that's what the establishment are happening for registration of birth and death in Indian setup. Now we move to the next level of this topic, how the registration happen, what procedure to be followed. Persons required to register birth and deaths are in respect of birth and deaths in his house. Any death is occurred or birth is occurred, it go for registration. In respect of birth and death is in hospital, health center, or maternity, or nursing home, or like institutions, the medical officer in charge or any person authorized by him or in his behalf can go for registrations. That may be the child is born in the hospital sector, or maternity home, or nursing home, or the similar like institution or medical college hospital, or the medical officer in charge of the particular hospital or particular nursing home, particular health center, can authorized by him in his behalf go for registration. In respect to birth and death in jail, jailer is in charge. Suppose anybody is committed a crime, and then is become pregnant, or maybe a child is born. In that situation, or death is occurred in the jail, jailer will be in charge to register their death or birth occurring either in the jail or in his permission, in his provisions. In respect of birth and death in Chautri, Chatram is in Tamil Nadu, we say Chatram, but Chautri is the word for North India, or in the hostel, or Dharmasala, boarding house, lodging house, tavern, parak, dowry shop, a place of public resort, in person in charge thereof. Whoever the person is in charge of these places, they can register their either death or birth. In respect of any newborn child, a dead body found deserted in public place, the headman or corresponding officer in the village, in case of village, and the officer in charge of local police station elsewhere can register. Normally, any unwanted death, unknown person death occurred in the village officers, that's what is the meaning is saying for village administrative officer, is responsible to register the death and this one birth occurred in his vicinities or in her vicinity. In other places, such a person may be prescribed. Special provision regarding the birth and death in plantation. Because here the plantation means in the hills area, you can find coffee plantation, pepper plantations, tea estate. In these cases, how the registrations goes. There is an amendment in the act. In case of birth and death in a plantation, here the meaning for plantation, it is a coffee plantation, tea plantation, pepper cultivation area, cardamom cultivation area, other hilly area, people who live and work for the estate. In other words, we can say people work on the estate under the supervision of the superintendent. The superintendent of the plantation cell give you a cost to be given to the registrar, information about to the section 8, that is for death. Provided that the person referred to in class A to F of subsection 1 of section 8 shall furnish necessary particular to the superintendent of the plantation. The person, relatives or anybody died or birth is occurred has to give a detail. The ultimate is superintendent will be in charge, with a responsibility to register the detail in the plantation related plantation area, either deaths occur, births occur in their vicinities completely. Duty of person to notify birth and deaths and to certify cause of death. Suppose what the duty? It shall be the duty of midwife or any other medical or health attendant at a birth or death. It's a midwife is a nurse, midwife nurse, or medical or any health attendant at a birth or death. Keeper, the owner of place set a part of the disposal of dead bodies or any person required by the local authority be present at such a place. That's a duty. Any other person whom state government may specify in this behalf by his designation can give the birth and death and to certify the cause of the death. Information to sign the register. Every person who has orally given to the register any informations required under this act shall write in the register maintained in this behalf. He has to write his name, description, what he is doing, and place about where he is living. And if he cannot write, shall put his thumb mark. Then I am not able to sign. He or she has to put their thumb mark in the register against his name, description, and place of about. Description means how the birth is occurred, to whom it's occurred, what is your husband's name, what is your grandfather name, grandmother name, and how long you are living in this field. The whole details comes under the category of that description and place of about, where it is placed. The particulars being in such a case entered by the register. In particulars you have entered. Extract of registration entries to be given to informant. What information can be registered shall, as soon as the registration of birth or death has been completed, give free of charge to the person who gives information under section 8 or section 9 and extract the prescribed particular under his hand from the register relating to the such a birth and death. That is for extracts. Means collect the information from them. Delayed registration of birth and death. Sir, this month first child is born. I didn't register, sir. How long can be allowed, sir? It is registration of birth and death is occurred. You have to register within 30 days of occurrence. 30 days of occurrence, which is included. It is a part of the calendar days, not a working day. It is a calendar days for 30 days of occurrence. Suppose in the 30 days you didn't register. What to do, sir? In case of delay, with the late fee, will be allowed up to 1 year. You can pay, you can register the detail of birth and death for up to 1 year. You have to pay the specified amount of the fees. After paying the fees, you can register the either a death or birth occurred in your vicinity or relative or in your house. If it is beyond 1 year occurrence, first class magistrate can verify, allow them to register. Suppose even 1 year you didn't register, what to do, sir? I need a birth certificate, I need a death certificate. Now, if it is go for first class magistrate, can verify and allow them to register. Allow them to register. Hope you understood. If you have any question up to this levels, so let me know so that it is encourage me to continue in the good way. Can anyone come forward? Okay, say that. I understood. Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ma. Thank you. I hope
Sir,
you.
excuse me. In case of late fee, how much it will be? Any idea?
Idea it's not given, but it is minimum amount of 100 rupees something it will be there. Not much higher amount.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Okay. Anyway, I checked this act. It's not given in this act. It is a late pin only is mentioned. Maybe it's since it is a government of India things, it will be a lesser amount, not is a higher amount. Higher amount. It's a good question. It's arised my mind also, but without verifying, I cannot say it clearly. I didn't say, but it's mentioned it's a late pin. I'll try for tomorrow's sessions. I'll say it clearly. Okay, I can continue. Any more questions? Hello? Sir, all of you, can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can continue.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Registration of name of child. Initially, the day the child is born, many people will not mention the name. There is some function will be there in the house normally for the traditional functions. After the traditional function, what they'll do, they'll keep the name according to the some traditional method for horoscope level or other things. In that basis, Rasi, other thing. Then they'll want to register the child name in that registration. It will be allowed. First, it will be allowed without name. Then he can parent can guardian can shall within the prescribed period give information regarding the name of the child to the register, either orally or in a writing, or there upon the register shall enter such a name in the register and initial and the date of the entry. Because what does it meaning to say? Initially, you can register without name. Later, in the specified period, very short period only, not a long period, you can register the name maybe within a year period. You can go for I put my daughter name or son name, this so and so. Please include in the certificate name now. They'll give with a name. There you have to give an initial and the date of the entry. Date of the entry when the name registration name is occurred. Next, correction or cancellation of entry in the register of birth and death. Suppose any correction you want to carry it out, it is also allowed in the act. Under this act, erroneous in the form of the substance or has been fraudulently or improperly made, he may subject to such rules as may be made by the state government with respect to the condition on which and the circumstance in which such entries may be corrected or cancelled. Suppose entered wrong entry, wrong correction, spelling correction, it is possible to correct it. Correct the error and cancel the entry by suitable entry in the margin without any alteration of original entry, and still sign the marginal entry and add thereto date of the correction and cancellation. In meaning to say, any correction is there in the birth certificate or the cancellations are required or any major errors that can be possible after following a due regulations. Maintenance are required. So far we have seen how the establishments are happen, and after the establishment I also moved for how the registration procedure happens. See, the act is go with the first is definitions that we completed. Next is for establishment, meaning to the how this administrative levels are there that we discussed up to level of the sub registrar. Then we have gone for the responsibility of register. Then we gone for how the registration procedure happen. After the registration procedure, special provision went. Then we are going for correction name and all. Now, because maintenance of record is very important. So how many people have, because it is like a information about the country, how many people are died, how many people are children are got a birth certificate and which provision, which area, and statistically you have to prove that make a record and you have to maintain the records. These sections we are going to discuss maintenance of records and statistics. It is a part of the act. Register, keep register in the prescribed form. Every registrar shall keep in the prescribed form register of birth and death for the registration area, any part thereof in relation to which exercise jurisdictions. In that jurisdictions, they have to maintain the record clear. As I told you, chief registrar will cost to printed and supplied in sufficient number of register book. From the chief registrar, you can get the book and making entry of birth and death according to the forms. The forms are not with us. Forms will be there in the office only. They will fill it because I didn't include the form because it's not our responsibility. Only for registration, just to give. It is the responsibility of a sub-registrar and chief registrar to maintain the records under the what are the directions come from the chief registrar, and birth death according to such a forms and instructions as may from time to time be prescribed, and copy of such a form in the local language shall be posted some conspicuous places or near the outdoor of the office every register. You can watch very clearly in the even municipality office, in the outside of the office, the board it will be there how many death is occurred, how many birth reports are there. Even for people are expected from village officers office also, they can give in the outside of the office board to say that how many deaths occurred from this time period to time period, how many deaths occur, that give a clear picture during this time period what the occurrence of death and what the occurrence number of death will be knowing very clearly. Search for birth and death register. Subject to any rules made in this behalf by the state government, including rules relating to the payment of fees and postal charges, any person may. You can make some payment and the required amount. You can ask for the registrar and required for if any loss it's occur for death certificate or a birth certificate. And obtain extract from the register relating to the any birth and death certificate after paying the fees and the postal charges, so that they send it to the postal through postal route. It will reach to you. It is because in future I'll expect it to go for online mode also, because many application form and the registration procedures are going by online mode. It is at present, it is there in the through the postal charge you can pay and you can take the birth certificate and death certificate. Inspection of the registration office. The inspector's registration office shall be inspected and register kept therein. We shall be examined in such a manner and by such authority as may be received by district register. What are the forms, what are the reports and everything, there will be inspectors from district register office. Any point of time they can visit the places, they can check the office, what the records they maintain, how they are maintaining, the all entries are correct, they can check. Registrar send periodical returns to the chief register for compilation. What registrar will do in the state level? State level, he will make a compilation. What are the reports they are receiving from deputy registrar, from the bottom level of sub registrar to the registrar to the deputy registrar. Then to reach to the registrar of the state government will send the periodically returns reports saying that how many people of death is occurred, how many birth has occurred, the detail to the chief registrar, which is appointed by the government of India. That we know that in the beginning itself, we have seen the establishment part. Every registrar shall send the chief registrar or any office specified by him at such an interval in such a form as may be prescribed, written regarding to the entries, birth and deaths of the registrar kept by such a registrar. The chief shall cause the information in the returns furnished by the registrar to be compiled and shall publish for the information of the public a statistical report on the registered birth and death during the year, such an interval and such a form as may be prescribed. Ultimately, the chief registrar required statistical view what the birth rate, what is the death rate in the particular area or particular district, particular state. It's a basic need to be known by this. Another thing, these are the things for maintenance of the birth and death records and statistical point we discussed. Statistically, usually it will given us a bar diagram, pie diagrams, what the rate, so that the people can understand. Even it's a now it is come for more application to the data science. They can use the data science and which area death rate is more, why the death is occur more. It leads to another kind of analysis, another kind of reveal, another kind of interpretations, so that government can take the measures to solve the issues. More death rate, why? More birth rate, why more birth rate? Or it's a maternal birth rate, or any mental disorder case, or these are the basic things will help you for government to follow the various scheme. That for that only they said maintenance of record and statistical, because always it's go for statistical view, for it's highly helpful to better understanding for the real situations occurred. Next we will move on to miscellaneous point. You have any questions up to this level? Hello, anyone of you can help me? Can you say anything?
Sir, what about notification going from burial ground?
Burial ground, even now the burial ground is asking death certificate first. After the death certificate, only the burial can be carried out. Hope you understood.
Okay.
Even city we are noticing, sir, even death is occurred my house. I cannot take the dead body to directly to the burial ground. In the burial ground, Wala is asking for where is the death certificate. Once he's got the death certificate, clearance from the registered medical practitioner or things, then he can allow for the burial ground. And what the cases are, either in the jurisdictions, they also notify to the particular village officer or to be a registrar to count the case. Did I answer for your question, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Oh, it's a good question, because in city people are finding difficult. Any death is occur in city level, doctors are not giving very easily to the death certificate. Because this I know very well, because my family members are doctors. Many people every day morning they'll approach, we got required for death certificate. The doctors will say immediately, because I didn't see your patient, how can I give the death certificate? Normally the death certificates they get it from the hospital or the routine medical practitioner, do this family physicians. This is how they are getting certificate. But these certificates are basically important before reaching to the burial ground. Otherwise, it cannot be carried. But in village situations are totally different. The question is good, but village situation, village officers will take care by this. Okay. Special provision as a registration, birth and death is citizen outside India. You are Indian citizens. Death is occurred outside. What to do for registration? There is a question. In this case, any child born outside India, in respect of whom information has not been received, as provided in the subsection 1, if the parents of child return to India with the view of settling therein, they may at any time within 60 days from the date of the arrival of the child in India, get birth of child registered under this act in the same manner as if a child was born in India, and provision of section 13 shall apply to the birth of such a child after expiry of the period of 60 days or aforesaid. Because once you are foreign born, you are returned to India, you will be registered within 60 days of the returns. Within any time within 60 days from the date of the arrival of the child in India, you can register. 13 will apply to the birth of such a child after expiry of the period of 60 days aforesaid. Also allowed. For the case, the foreign born Indian citizen child, whether it can be registered or not registered, once they arrived from the arrival time to 60 days. Power of registrar to obtain information regarding a birth or death. Registrar may either orally or writing require any person to furnish any information within his knowledge in connection with a birth or death in the locality within which such a person resides, and that person shall be found to comply with such a requisition. Registrar feel or power has got to ask anybody what the information you given, whether it is correct or not, and with his knowledge or without his knowledge, he can ask the questions. He can get the information which is related to birth or death occurred in his jurisdictions. How to give directions? Central government may give such a direction to any state government as may appear to be necessary for carrying to execution the state any of the provision of this act or any rule order made thereunder. Because these are fully central government control. Central government can empower to the give directions periodically or time to time period to the state government to carry out this point, change this, that. It's all go as an amendment. The amendments are majorly passed through the Parliament Act. Then the executions happen through the state government under the direction of the central government. Part of the central government give direction, state government has to follow. That is called as a power to give directions. It is allowed in the provisions. Penalties. Suppose I have not files without reasonable cost to give any information which is a duty to give under any provision section 8 and 9. Say clearly you have to give all kind of information related to what it's occur in death or birth. Give cause to be given for the purpose of being inserted any register of birth and death, any information which he knows or believes to be false regarding any of the particulars required to be known and registered. Refuse to write his name, description, and place of birth, put his thumb mark in the registers required by sections. If you refuse to write in it's a penalties, and you used to say that what description. What is the description? Now you have to give when the place occur, who is the father, who is the mother, and which is the age group, if a death means, what is the cause of death, all these things you have to write, place of death. If he is able to write in the name or the signature, he can write, other can go for thumb mark to the register according to the section 11 of this act. How to compound offences subject to such a condition as may be prescribed. Any officer authorized by the chief registrar, by the general or special order in this behalf may either before or after the institution criminal proceeding under this act, except from the person who has committed or reasonably suspected for having committed the offense, because anybody is given false information, anybody is not registered. In that case, it go for criminal act, and they weigh the composition of such offense. Sum of money not exceeding 50 rupees will be fined. It's an offense, or sometimes it is a major grave mistake. It will go for imprisonment also. Sanction for prosecutions. No prosecution for offense punishable under this act shall be instituted except by an officer authorized by chief registrar, by general or special order in his behalf. Normally it is no prosecutions, but sometimes the chief registrar general of government of India feel that he can execute his order on behalf, and he can give punishment. Not only fine, sometimes it will go for imprisonment. Normally it is not happen. No prosecution for an offense punishable under this act. Registrar and sub-registrar to be deemed public servant, because they are all government servants. Generally all government services servant are public servant. All registrar and sub-registrar shall acting purporting to act and pursuance of the provisions of this act, any rule order may thereunder be deemed to be public servant within the meaning of section of 21 of the Indian Penal Code. Says all registrar and sub-registrars are public servant. Delegation of power. State government may, by notifications, official gazette, direct that any power exercisable by it under this act. May are the rules made thereunder shall subject to such a conditions, if any as may be specified in the direction be accessible also by such officer authority subordinate to state government as may be specified in the direction. What the delegation of power means, what are the state government is given power to official notifications to so and so is a power for this act according to the under section 30 of this, that the power is given, they can execute the powers. Protection of the action taken in good faith. Suppose no suit or prosecutions or other legal proceedings shall be laid against the government. This is a general rule. The Registrar General or any registrar or any person exercising any power or performing any duty under this act or anything which is good faith done or intended to be done, the pursuant of this act, any rule or order made thereunder in good faith, in well-wished manner, the act will be protected to the Registrar General or any registrar or government to proceedings shall lie against the government. They cannot proceed the legal proceeding because it is done with the good faith only. Act not to be derogation act of 6 of 1886. The 1886 act is basically from a British level act. Nothing in this act shall be construed to be derogation of the provision of the Birth, Death, and Marriage Registration Act 1886. But if we didn't follow for 1886, we are following registration of Birth and Death Act 1969, and thereafter what the amendments are happened. Power to make a rules. State government may, with the approval of the central government by notification, in the official gazette, make rules to carry out the purpose of this act. In particular and without prejudice to generality the foregoing provision, such a rules may be provided for. The form of register of birth and death required to be kept under this act. The period within which and the form and the manner in which information will be given to the register under action under section 8. A period within which the manner in which birth and death shall be notified under subsection 10. Because of majorly the section 10 will cover for power. Person whom and the form which the certificate is to be caused the death shall be obtained. The particular of which extract may be given under section 12. The fee may be payable for registration made under section 13. Submission of reports by the receipt registrar under section 4 of the section 4. Search of birth and death registrar and the fees payable for such a research and for the grant for extract from the registers. The forms in which and the interval, these all totally will deal about for powers and what sections he says, what the powers of the level of the registrar or chief registrar and sub-registrar level, at which returns and statistical report under section 19 shall be furnished and published. What are the statistical data is obtained should be furnished and published to the in the open forum so that common people will understand very clearly what the death rate is occurred during this period and what is the birth rate is occurred during this period. It is highly helpful. It cannot be not disclosable matter. It should be furnished and published. The custody, the production and transfer of the registrar and other records kept by registrars. All these things. The correction of errors and the cancellation of entries in the register of birth and death or any other matter which has to be or may be prescribed. Any other matter which has to be or may be prescribed to be followed. That is a power. And repeal and saving, subject to the provision of section 29, as from the coming into the force of this act, any state or part thereof, so much any law in force therein as it relates to the matters covered by this act shall stand repealed in such a state or part as the case may be. That is, these all mainly act how the repeal and savings are occurring. Power to remove difficulties. The state registrar has a power to remove the any difficulties, he can provide, empower them to remove the difficulties. Are there anything in the act, they can remove it. And proposed amendment, actually the amendment was published in the year in the Gazette of Government of India 1969 and 18th and 18th October of 2021. They changed minorly this act. Actually, now the 2021 act, what the proposal they changed, it is in the draft form. This draft form, it moved to this open public, and the public can view their point and hear their point. After that, their point, it will go for the changes. That's what the people will say. It's a draft guidelines. The draft guidelines go for open to the public. Then its public will be taken into account. With the account of public, it will go for implementation. But I found only in the 18th October 2000 proposed act in the draft level with minor changes. And then what are the changes are there? How it is going to be effective? It's all be yet to be passed in the parliament and yet to be available in the open public. Once it is available, you can go through it. Meanwhile, you can see this in 18th October 2021. You can, there are minor changes are going to be enacted. And with this, I completed for 2 parts. One morning we discussed completely about medical and termination Pregnancy Act 1971, and second session I have discussed for registration of Birth and Death Act. In the Birth and Death Act, and in nutshell, I'll say first for definition I given what is birth, what is death. Later I went for establishment of the Birth and Death Acts, how the establishments are happened, which included for chief registrar, deputy registrar, then it's go for registrar, then it's for registrar general and registrar, then it go for sub registrar level, how the establishment, and then how the registrations are happening. In third point I went, then I went for registration of death, birth, then I went for how the maintenance of records are happening with the statistical point is very important. That is the requirement to show clearly how much death is occurred when compared to last year, how it should be statistically more or difference, less. That's a statistics maintain. Then I maintain for miscellaneous part we discussed mostly for power related and how power can be executed. With this, I conclude this for the second sessions, the topic of the registration of Birth and Death Act. If you have any questions, you can raise to me.
Hello, sir. You had mentioned that death certificate is needed from the doctor, but the doctor can't actually issue a certificate, right? So he can only issue cause of death certificate.
Cause of death can occur only you go to the sub-registrar office or municipal deputy. Based on the doctor certificate, he can issue the certificate, authorized persons.
And the official certificate will only be issued with cause of death and a burial certificate or like the paper from the burial grounds, no, sir. Official death certificate from government.
They can issue, but the cause of death you can get it only from the doctors. The cause, based on the cause only, they can issue. They can issue the cause of the cause. Doctor can issue certificate. You can get it from this one. And from that, you can apply for legal hair certificates for anything.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
I try my level best to empower you for this short span of time. Any other questions you can ask? Actually, basically, you understand the Pregnancy Termination Act is very simple. And registration of Birth and Death Act 1969. This amendment and minor changes are going to happen very shortly, and this proposed draft was available in the internet also, but it's a wide and I discussed the proposed one. proposed one is in the draft level. That's why I didn't discuss much on that, because once it is available publicly, I can then I can discuss more on that. That's why I didn't discuss. In future, any changes are come, it will be available in public gazette notice. There you can check it very clearly. It may be a recent update on this subject, or it may be in the act. Hope you have any more questions. I think I am happy. There are 21 people have participated for these programs. I delivered in only the health related act 2, and tomorrow's sessions we are going to discuss one more important topic, that is for the infant milk substitute and feeding bottles and infant foods act 1992, because this topic also very relevant one nowadays, is very important one. I'll discuss tomorrow. This topic is the same time as 10 o'clock. Hope you have any questions, you can ask. If you know questions, my view. Thank you so much for participating and patient learning, learning from hearing from my lecture sessions. Any questions? If there is no questions, I'll conclude the session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sir, Director sir, is available, sir? Yes, sir. Yes, with this, I conclude, sir, today's sessions for 8 to 10 to 12. Tomorrow, I'll continue for one more topic, sir. Is it okay? Sir, Director, sir? Yes, sir. I leave the sessions. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to take these two topics. Get the feedback from the people, sir, so that I can improve my lectures in future of my classes. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda. Thank you.
Good morning. Everyone audible?
Yes.
am Dr. Hamsaveni. Today I am going to present a topic on healthcare regulations. In this, I will be covering about healthcare regulatory bodies and functions of healthcare regulatory body and international health regulation and its aim and its evolution, and small briefly about WHO. Now, anyone know about health regulations? Are you audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone know about healthcare regulation? Okay, I'll start the class. First, regulatory bodies. It is an organization having various rules and regulations that mainly perform administrative work and also supervise the rules and benefits of general public. It can be either a government authority or a private agency. What are the functions of regulatory bodies? The main function of regulatory bodies is to formulate rules and regulations related to general health of public, conduct audits to ensure proper rules and regulations are being followed, and imposing penalties or taking measures in case a company is not following rules and regulations. Then coming to international health regulations. The main aim of international health regulation is to assist countries to work together to save lives and livelihood endangered by the spread of diseases and other health risks, and also avoid unnecessary interference with international trade and travel. How this international health regulation evolved. It was first originated with the International Sanitary Regulation adopted at the International Sanitary Conference in Paris in 1851. And then the cholera epidemic that hit Europe in 1830 and 1847 made apparent the need for international cooperation in public health. And then in 1948, the WHO Constitution came out. The 22nd World Health Assembly 1969 adopted, revised and consolidated the International Sanitary Regulation, which were renamed the International Health Regulation 1969. In 26th World Assembly in 1973 amended the International Health Regulation in relation to provision on cholera, because previously the cholera epidemic that hit Europe. In 26th World Assembly they amended the International Health Regulation in relation to provision on cholera. In view of global eradication of smallpox, the 34th World Health Assembly amended the International Health Regulation 1969 to exclude smallpox in the list of notifiable diseases. During the 48th World Health Assembly in 1995, WHO and member states agreed on the need to revise the International Health Regulation 1969, most notably narrow scope of notifiable diseases like cholera, plague, and yellow fever. The past few decades have seen the emergence and re-emergence of infectious diseases. The emergence of new infectious agents like Ebola, hemorrhagic fever, and the re-emergence of cholera, plague in South America and India, respectively. Dependence of official country notification. Lack of formal internationally coordinated mechanism to prevent the international spread of diseases. These challenges were replaced against the backdrop of the increased travel and trade characteristics of the 20th century. The International Health Regulation 2005 entered into force generally on 15th June 2007 and are currently binding on 194 countries across the globe, including all 193 member states of WHO. In 2010, at the meeting of the state parties to the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production and Stockpiling of Bacteriological and Toxin Weapons and their Destruction in Geneva, the sanitary epidemiology reconnaissance was suggested as well tested means for enhancing the monitoring of infection and parasitic agents. For practical implementation of the International Health Agency Regulation 2005, where the aim was to minimize the consequences of natural outbreak of dangerous infectious disease as well as the threat of alleged use of biological weapons against DTWS. From International Health Regulation 1969 to International Health Regulation 2005, major shifts from control at borders to contain diseases, preset measures to adapt risk. Then coming to International Health Agency, what are all the international agencies? WHO, World Health Organization, UNICEF, United Nations International Children Emergency Fund, UNDP, United Nations Development Program, FAO, Food Agriculture Organization, ILO, International Labour Organization, and World Bank. Now I will discuss briefly about World Health Organization. This will be a little bit of boring topic only. World Health Organization is a specialized non-political health agency of United Nations with headquarters at Geneva. In 1946, the Constitution was drafted by the Technical Preparatory Committee under the chairman of Rennie Sand and was approved in the same year by the International Health Conference of 51 nations in New York. The Constitution came into force on 7th April 1948, which is celebrated every year as World Health Day. A World Health Day theme is chosen each year to focus attention on a specific aspects of public health. World Health Day theme on 2023 is Health for All. Birth of WHO. The WHO has its origin in April 1945. The conference held at San Francisco to strengthen the United Nations. The representative of Brazil and China proposed that an international organization should be established. The constitution. The constitution was drawn up at International Health Conference in New York in 1946. WHO represents single worldwide intergovernmental health agencies. The main objectives of WHO is to attain by all peoples of the highest level of health, which is set out in the preamble of the Constitution. The current objectives of WHO is the attainment by all people of the world a level of health that will permit them to lead a socially and economically productive life. The preamble of the Constitution states, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely an absence of disease or infirmity. The enjoyment of highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic, and social condition. The health of all peoples is fundamental to the attainment of peace and security and is dependent upon the fullest cooperation of individuals and states. The achievement of any state in the promotion and protection of health is of value to all. Unequal development in different countries in the promotion of health and control of disease, especially communicable disease, is a common danger. Healthy development of child is of basic importance. The ability to live harmoniously in a changing environment is essential to such development. Extension to people of benefit, psychological and data knowledge, essential to the informed opinion and practice on the part of public are of utmost importance in the improvement of the health of the people. Governments have a responsibility for the health of their people, which can be fulfilled only by provision of adequate health and social measures. Two major policies development have influenced the WHO. First, the Alma-Ata Conference in 1978 on primary health care, which provide both WHO and UNICEF with a common character for health. And secondly, the Global Strategy for Health for All by 2000 and recently a Millennium Development Goals. Who are the membership in WHO? Membership in WHO is open to all countries. While most countries are members of both the United Nations and of WHO, there are some differences. For example, Switzerland is a member of WHO, but not of United Nations. Territories which are not responsible for the conduct of their international relations may be admitted as associate members. Associate member participate without vote in the deliberation of the WHO. Each member state contribute early to the budget and each is entitled to the service and aid the organization can provide. In 1948, the WHO has 56 members. Now it has 194 members, state and 2 associate members. The main work of WHO is constitutional function is to act as a directing and coordinating authority on all international health work. This function permits WHO member states to identify collectively priority health problems throughout the world, to define collectively health policies and target to cope up with, to devise collective strategies, principles and programs to give effect to these policies and to attain the target. The WHO also has specific responsibility for establishing and promoting international standards in the field of health, which comprises the following broad areas. First, prevention and control of specific diseases. The main aim is to eradicate smallpox, first of all, and then now it is directing against polio. Epidemiological surveillance of communicable diseases mainly has 2 services, automatic telex reply service and also weekly epidemiological recorder. The aim of international health regulation is to ensure maximum security against international spread of disease with minimum interference with world. It also helps in non-communicable diseases like cancer, cardiovascular diseases, genetic disorder, diabetes, blindness, mental disorder, drug addiction, and dental diseases. Other responsibilities like development of comprehensive health, family health, environmental health, health statistics, biomedical research, health literature and information, and cooperation with other organizations. We will see briefly about all these topics. Development of comprehensive health. WHO most important single function is to promote and support national health policy development and development of comprehensive national health programs. Family health. The family health is one of the major program activities of WHO since 1970 and is broadly subdivided into maternal and child health care, human reproduction, nutrition and health education. The chief concern is improvement of quality of life of the family and children. Environmental health. WHO advises government on programs for the provision of basic sanitary services. The activities are related to protection of the quality of air, water and food, health condition of work, radiation protection, early identification of new hazards originating from new technology. A number of programs have been developed, such as the WHO Environmental Health Criteria Program and WHO Environmental Health Monitoring Program towards improving environmental health. Health statistics. From its earliest days in 1947, WHO has been concerned with the dissemination of a wide variety of morbidity and mortality statistics relating to health problems. The data is published in the weekly epidemiological record, World Health Statistic Quarterly and World Health Statistic Annual. Biomedical research. The WHO does not itself do research, but stimulates and coordinates research work. There are regional advisory committees on health research who define regional health research priorities and the global advisory committee, which is in close collaboration with the regional committee, deals with policy issues of global import. 6 tropical diseases, malaria, schistosomiasis, trypanosomiasis, filariasis, leishmaniasis and leprosy are the target of the WHO. And special program for research and training in tropical diseases to develop new tools, strengthen research institution and training work in the countries affected. Health literature and information. The WHO library is one of the satellite center of the medical literature analysis and retrieval system of the US National Library of Medicine. This MEDLAS is fully computerized indexing system covering the whole of medicine on an international basis. The WHO has also a public information service both at headquarters and each of 6 regional offices. Cooperation with other organizations. WHO collaborate with the United Nations and with other specialized agencies and maintains various degree of working relationship. Structure of WHO. 3 principal organs: the World Health Assembly, the Executive Board, the Secretary. WHO Regional Organization. In Southeast Asia region, the headquarters is located at in Africa, Brazzaville, Congo, and in America, Washington DC, USA, and in Europe, the headquarters is Denmark, and in Eastern Mediterranean, the headquarters is in Egypt, and in Western Pacific, the headquarters is in Philippines, Manila. WHO activity in Southeast Asian region organization mainly to eradicate malaria eradication, tuberculosis control, control of other communicable diseases like trypanosomiasis, schistosomiasis, etc., and health laboratory services and production of vaccines, and health statistics, public health administration and rural health services, maternal and child health, nursing, environmental health and water supply, health education, nutrition and mental health, dental health, medical rehabilitation, and quality control of drug and medical education. Now, we will see briefly about medical jurisprudence. This is a study of law in relation to medicine. It will deal about legal aspects of medicine such as legal rights, privilege, duty, and obligation of a medical practice. And then Medical Council of India, IMC Act in 1956, and then it was modified in 1960, and then again in 1993 and in 2001, and it was amended in 2010, 11, and 2012. It consists of number of members elected from various states and universities nominated by the Government of India. These members hold office for a period of 5 years. They elect a president and a vice president from among themselves. The council also appoints a registrar and a secretary for day-to-day functioning. The main function of Medical Council of India is to maintain a medical register, medical education, recognition of foreign medical qualification, appellate tribunal, and disciplinary control. Medical register. The Medical Council of India maintain a medical register. The register contains a name, address, qualification of all medical practitioners who have registered themselves with any state medical council. When a medical graduate with a recognized medical qualification registers himself with any state medical council and his name gets registered in the Medical Council of India registry. If a name of the medical practitioner is erased in state medical council, it is automatically erased in Medical Council registry also. Medical education. The MCI regulates the standard of medical education. It appoints a committee for both undergraduate and postgraduate education. The respective committee appoints an inspector to visit various institutions. The inspector are also required to assess the standard of examination. On the basis of the report provided by the inspector, the council will recommend to the Government of India for recognition or de-recognition of particular institution. Recognition of foreign medical qualification. MCI has 3 schedules. First schedule is the list of medical degree offered by different university in India which are recognized by the council. Second schedule, list of medical degree offered by different university outside India which are recognized by the council. Third schedule has 2 parts. Part 1 contains a list of medical qualifications conferred by Indian university or institution which are not mentioned in the first schedule. Part 2 contains a list of medical qualification of foreign university not mentioned in second schedule. A separate examination may be conducted by the council to assess the standard of knowledge possessed by such candidates before recognition their foreign degree. Appellate tribunal. If any registered medical practitioner who has been penalized by any state medical council desire to appeal against such punishment, he can make a representation to the central government, which will subsequently consult to MCA. Disciplinary control. The IMC exercises disciplinary control over member of the medical profession. The council prescribes minimum standards of professional conduct, ethics, and etiquette. It issues a warning notice periodically, which is a list of offences constituting infamous conduct, professional misconduct. State Medical Council. Every state in India has a state medical council located in the capital of the state. It is composed of members of medical profession elected from among themselves as well as those nominated by state government. A president and vice president are elected by the member from amongst themselves. The main function of State Medical Council is same as that of Medical Council of India, is to maintain a medical register, disciplinary control, and warning notice. Medical register. The State Medical Council maintain a register containing the name, address, and qualification of those medical practitioners who have registered with the council. It also contains the date on which particular degree was obtained and name of the university which conferred it. This register is maintained by a registrar who is appointed by the council. The registrar is expected to inform the Medical Council of India without delay. Disciplinary control. The council exercises disciplinary control over a member of the medical profession and has the power to delete the name of those found guilty of professional misconduct. Such deletion may be temporary or permanent. The State Medical Council will give a warning notice. This is nothing but a list of offences which are considered as infamous conduct. On the other hand, warning is a cautionary notice given by the State Medical Council after judicial inquiry on infamous conduct. Thank you. Anybody having any doubts? We will see briefly about how the principal organ, the Secretary, World Health Assembly, the Executive Board are being elected. The World Health Assembly is the health parliament of nation and the supreme governing body of the organization. It meets annually, usually in May and generally at the headquarters in Geneva, but from time to time in other countries also. The assembly is composed of delegates representing member states, each of which has one vote. The main function of the health assembly are to determine international health policy and programs, to review the work of the past year, to approve the budget needed for the following year, to elect member states to designate a person to serve for 3 years on the board, and to replace retiring members. The Health Assembly also appoints the Director General on the nomination of Executive Board. It is now the practice to organize on the occasion of each Health Assembly technical discussions on some subjects of world interest. The Executive Board, the board has originally 18 members, each designated by a member state. Subsequently, the number was raised to 24 and then now it is 30. The Health Assembly 1976 increased the membership from 30 to 31, providing that no fewer than 3 are to be elected from each of WHO region. The board now has 34 members, The member of board ought to be technically qualified in the field of health. They are designated by but do not represent their governments. 1/3 of membership is renewed every year. The executive board meets at least twice a year, generally in January and shortly after the meeting of World Health Assembly in May. The main work of the board is to give effect of decision and policies of the assembly. The board also has power to take action itself in an emergency such as epidemic, earthquake, floods, where immediate action is needed. The secretariat is headed by the Director General, who is the Chief Technical and Administrative Officer of the organization. The primary function of WHO Secretariat is to provide member states with technical and managerial support for their National Health Development Program. While in 1948, WHO staff counted 250%, the organization in 1985 counted 4,475 international public servants. The Secretariat by 2010 is staffed by about 8,000 health and other experts and supported staff. At WHO headquarters in Geneva, there are 5 Assistant Director Generals, each of whom is responsible for the work of such division, as may from time to time be assigned to him by the Director General. On 31st December 1985, the WHO Secretariat comprised of the following division. Division of Epidemiological Surveillance and Health Situation and Trend Assessment, Division of Communicable Diseases, Division of Vector Biology and Control, Division of Environmental Health, Division of Public Information and Education for Health, Division of Mental Health, Division of Diagnostic, Therapeutic and Rehabilitative Technology, Division of Strengthening of Health Services, Division of Family Health, Division of Non-Communicable Diseases like cancer, diabetes, hypertension, etc. Division of Health Manpower Development, Division of Information System Support, Division of Personal and General Services, and Division of Budget and Finance. That's all. Do you have any doubt in this topic? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Do you have any doubt?
No doubt.
This is little bit of a boring topic only. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt?
No doubts, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, that's all. If you have any doubt, you can email me also. Director, sir. Director, sir. Now, am I audible? We will see briefly about other United Nations agencies. First of all is UNICEF, United Nations International Children Emergency Fund, is one of the specialized agencies of the United Nations. It was established in 1946 by the United Nations General Assembly to deal with rehabilitation of children in war countries. In 1953, when the emergency functions were over, the General Assembly gave its name as United Nations Children's Fund, but retained the initial UNICEF. UNICEF regional office is in New Delhi. The region is known as the South Central Asian region, which covers Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, India, Maldives, Mongolia, and Nepal. UNICEF is governed by 36 Nation Executive Board. As in 2010, the headquarters of the UNICEF is at United Nations, New York. UNICEF works in full collaboration with WHO and other specialized agencies of United Nations like UNDP, FAO, UNESCO, etc. In the early years, UNICEF and WHO worked together on urgent problems such as malaria, tuberculosis, and also venereal diseases. Later, its assistance to countries covered such fields as maternal and child health, nutrition, and environmental sanitation, health centers, and health education and programs which would directly or indirectly benefit children's health. More recently, the tendency has been for UNICEF is to turn away for campaign for the eradication of specific diseases unless they are of direct benefits to mothers and children. Greater attention is being given to the concept of whole children, meaning that assistance should hence forward the lead not only to the health and nutrition as before, which are of immediate benefit to children, but also to their long-term personal development and to the development of countries in which they live. This approach is also known as country health programming, in which UNICEF is currently interested so as to meet the need of children as an integral part of the country's development effort. The main content of UNICEF is child health, child nutrition, family and children welfare, education. Child health. UNICEF has provided substantial aid for the production of vaccine and sera in many countries. It has also assisted in the erection of penicillin plant near Pune, donated as a DDE plant. 2 plants for the manufacture of triple vaccine and iodized salt. UNICEF has also assisted environmental sanitation program emphasizing safe and sufficient water for drinking and household use in rural areas. And then child nutrition. UNICEF gives high priority to improving child nutrition. It aids for children nutrition, which first took the form of supplementing child feeding, began to expand in mid-1950s with the development of low-cost, protein-rich food mixture. In collaboration with FAO, UNICEF also began aiding applied nutrition programs through such channels as community development, agriculture extension, schools, and health services, so as to stimulate and help the rural population to grow and eat the food it required for better child nutrition. Then family and child welfare. The purpose is to improve the care of children both within and outside their homes through some means as parent education, daycare center, child welfare, and youth agencies, and women clubs also. These services are carried out not as separate projects, but as part of health, nutrition, education, or home economics extension program. Education, formal and non-formal education. In collaboration with UNESCO, UNICEF is assisting India in the expansion and improvement of teaching science in India. Science laboratories, equipment, workshop tools, library books, audiovisual aids are being made available to educational institutions. Emphasis is placed on the kind of schooling relevant to the environmental and future life of the children. The UNICEF is promoting a campaign known as GOPI campaign to encourage 4 strategy for a child health revolution. G for growth chart to better monitor child development. O for oral rehydration to treat all mild and moderate dehydration. D for breastfeeding, and I for immunization. Then UNDP, United Nations Development Programme, was established in 1966. It is the main source of funds for technical assistance. The member countries, rich and poor, of the United Nations meet annually and pledge contribution to the UNDP. United Nations Fund for Population Activities. The United Nations Fund for Population Activity has been providing assistance to India since 1974. In addition to funding national level schemes, area projects for intensive development of health and family welfare, infrastructure, and improvement in the availability of services in the rural area have been under implementation in 11 districts of Bihar and 4 districts of Rajasthan. The United Nations Fund for Population Activities inputs are designed to develop national capabilities for the manufacture of contraceptives, to develop population education program, to undertake organized sector projects to strengthen program management as well as to improve output. of grassroots level health worker and introduction of innovative approach to family planning and MCH care. FAO, Food Agriculture Organization, was formed in 1945 with headquarters in Rome. It was the first United Nations organization, specialized agency created to look after several areas of world cooperation. The chief aim of Food Agriculture Organization are to help nation raise living standards, to improve nutrition of the people of all countries, to increase the efficiency of farming, forestry and fisheries, to better the condition of rural people, and through all these means to widen the opportunity of all people for productive work. Food Agriculture Organization prime concern is the increased production of food to keep pace with the ever-growing world population. The most important aspects of Food Agriculture Organization work is towards ensuring that the food is consumed by the people who need it in sufficient quantities and in right proportion to develop and maintain a better state of nutrition throughout the world. In this context, the Food Agriculture Organization has organized a World Freedom from Hunger campaign in 1960. The main object of the campaign is to combat malnutrition and to disseminate information and education. The FAO is also collaborating with other international agencies in the Applied Nutrition Program. The joint FAO expert committees have provided the basis for many cooperative activities, nutritional survey, training courses, seminars, and the coordination of research programs on brucellosis and other zoonoses. Then coming to International Labour Organization, soon after the First World War, it was organized that problem of industry like disease known no frontiers. In 1919, the International Labour Organization was established as an affiliate to the League of Nations to improve the working and living conditions of the working population all over the world. The purpose of International Labour Organization are to contribute to the establishment of lasting peace by promoting social justice, to improve through international action, labour conditions and living standards, and to improve economic and social stability. The International Labour Code is a collection of international minimum standards related to health, welfare, living, and working condition of workers all over the world. The International Labour Organization also provides assistance to organizations interested in the betterment of living and employment standards. There is a close collaboration between International Labour Organization and World Health Organization in the field of health and labour. The headquarters of International Labour Organization is in Geneva, Switzerland. The World Health Organization headquarters is also located in Geneva. Then coming to World Bank. World Bank is a specialized agency of United Nations. It was established with the purpose of helping less developed countries raise their living standard. The power of the bank are vested in a board of governors. The bank gives loan for projects that will lead to economic growth. The projects are usually concerned with electric power, roads, railways, agriculture, water supply, education, family planning, etc. Health and environmental components have been added to maintain projects. Cooperative programs exist between WHO and the bank. Example, projects for water supply, World Food Program, population control, and the control of onchocerciasis program in West Africa. Then we will see little bit about health work of bilateral agencies. USAID. This is nothing but United States Agencies for International Development. The US government presently extends aid to India through these three agencies. One is United States Agency for International Development, the Public Law 480 Program, and the US Export-Import Bank. The USAID was created in 1961. It is in charge of activities previously administered by the Technical Cooperation Mission. A USAID mission function in New Delhi. Both grants, loan are extended by the agency. The US has been assisting in a number of projects designed to improve the health of India's people. These are malaria, medical education, nursing education, health education, water supply, sanitation, control of communicable diseases, family planning, nutrition, etc. The recent trend in assistance from the USA is increasingly in the support of agriculture and family planning programs, with some reduction in aid in the general public health field. Then another plan is called the Colombo Plan. At the meeting of Commonwealth Foreign Ministry at Colombo in January 1950, a program was drawn up for cooperative economic in South and South Asia. Membership comprises 3 developing countries within the region of 6 Asian members, while Australia, Japan, New Zealand, UK, and USA. But for Colombo Plan sent into industrial development, but some support has also been given to health promotion, mostly through fellowship. All India Institute of Medical Science at New Delhi was established with financial assistance from New Zealand. The plan provides for visits to countries by experts who can offer advice on local problems and train the local people. The contribution of Canada in supplying cobalt therapy units to medical institutions in India was an important item of aid under Colombo Plan. Colombo Plan seeks to improve living standard of the people of the areas by reviewing developmental plans and coordinating development assistance. Then coming to Swedish International Development Agency is assisting the National Tuberculosis Control Program since 1979. The Swedish International Development Agency assistance is usually spent on procurement of supplies like X-ray unit, microscope, and tuberculosis drug. Then coming to the government of Denmark is providing assistance for the development of services under National Blindness Control Program since 1978. There are some non-governmental health agencies like Rockefeller Foundation, Ford Foundation, CARE. CARE is nothing but Cooperative for Assistance and Relief Everywhere, International Red Cross, and Indian Red Cross. Rockefeller Foundation is mainly works on control of hookworm diseases since 1920. Foundation has certain projects like orientation training centers. The center provides training courses in public health for medical and paramedical personnel from all over India, and then research cum action projects and pilot project in rural health and establishment of NHAE, drainage and family planning program. That's all about international health agencies. Anybody having any doubts?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We shall end up the class. Okay, thank you for participating. Director, sir. Director, sir, thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Hi guys, good afternoon to all. Is everyone hearing? So let me introduce myself. I'm Subhatra, architect, working in a private limited company. I'm here to take topic about hospital architecture. Is anyone is there? Let's drop a message in chat box because no one is active. I can see. Everyone is here. Okay, shall we start? First of all, thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank you, Mr. Director of Distance Education, Dr. Arvind Gupta, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity, sir. Everyone is here? Okay, let's start the class. I'm going to take a topic about hospital architecture. Hospital architecture. Architecture mainly focuses more than spatial functionality. Do you know the difference between civil and architecture? Okay, okay, let me see. Architecture focus more on spatial functionality and aesthetic development, and they create an artistry look, whereas civil engineering concentrates mostly on structural elements of design. Mostly architects prefer more aesthetic elements in their designs. Civil engineers, you are not clear. Okay, wait. Can you hear me? Now this is audible? Okay. Okay. Hospital architecture. First, basic principles of hospital planning. First point, high quality patient care, effective community orientation. Mhm. Okay. We have to provide comfort for patients and to satisfy the patient needs. Healthcare providers should prioritize their patient safety in every interactions. High quality patient care means, do you know anyone know about architecture and designing line? Drop a message in chat box.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Do you know architecture? What's architecture difference between civil engineering? Okay. Effective community orientation. First, we have to prefer. First, we are designing a hospital means we have to analyze data. What are all the required things we have to design and uh, comfort for patients, doctors, and working staffs. Everything we have to analyze. Okay, next, effective community orientation. This is the basic principles. Economic viability, sound structural plan. Effective community orientation means economic viability is cost efficient. Have to analyze this in marketplace before starting the project because they won't accept what we are quoting. They will also analyze. So first we have to analyze the market costing for everything before we quote. Sound structural plan. Sound structural plan means we have list out the requirements as most noisable area and silence place in hospitals. Okay. For example, OP ward is most noisiest place than operation theater. So we cannot place that both rooms in nearby. So we want to separate that. This is a sound structural plan. Next one, effective community orientation means it's a pattern of social responsibility values, decision making, or behavior where managers put a strong order to increase the community value or state welfare. Okay. Next, planning involves 6 questions. Before, not only in hospital planning, in every planning we have these 6 questions. What we expect to do, why it will be done, where it will be done, when we expect to do it, who are all going to do it, how will it be done. These are the main 6 questions you have to analyze before starting any projects, not only this, any projects. First, before starting any project, we have to think about these things. Next thing is regionalization. Regionalization is nothing but dividing the big places or works into small regions. It creates a flow of process for patients and next where they want to go. Regionalization means mostly we have a reception area and then waiting area and then consulting room. This is a flow of a hospital. We have to separate it as a form follows function like that. Whatever the emergency situation for a patient, first thing everyone will do the first aid. Then only respected doctors visit the patients. We have to give a space for that room. After that, we have to create a room for that. This is an designing process flow. Patient flow moves in a stepwise fashion across the different tiers, like that. Next, hospital planning. Hospital planning is nothing but form follows function. It's a theory in architecture. Everyone, whoever are planning a design, they have to follow these rules. Form follows function. Form. It's the design of the object or building. Form means we have to create any shape that design or object of a building or any concept follows. Form comes before function. Where it will come? Forms comes from the function only. So form comes before function. Function, the use of the object. If we are creating something, it means we have to use. So the use of the object. So this is the main basic thing. Form follows function. When we following the concept of form follows function, we can provide a way to minimize the cost of construction and increase the profit margin. So that's called efficiency. Depending upon the function or purpose of the building, our object is designed. First, we have to analyze it. Before I said, first analyze the things, what we want to do. That's 6 questions. How we want to do. You have to analyze these are the things. To achieve our goals, we should organize the activities one by one, which should done first and followed by the other. We have to make a order. This should be done by first and this should be done by second. I have like that we have to arrange so that it's easy to plan. Always it requires pre-planning. We have to recruit required staffs, doctors, nurses and other professionals. These are the main thing. All successful hospitals without exception are built on trade of good planning, good design and construction and good administration. Before we are starting hospital design, we have to case study the hospital or literature study. In case we have to analyze in Google also, or we can visit the any hospitals, however they working, functions, administration, how they are planning, how they are working. Like that, we have to analyze. Always a good administration is needed, and that could include in new hospital plans. This is hospital requires a great deal of preliminary study and planning. It must be designed to serve the people and for promoters to build in the first place and sustain later. Okay, as I said before, we have to require efficient doctors, nurses, and other professionals, and well trained doctors, nurses. Strong management is essential for the daily functioning of a facility, and this must be included in the plans of a new hospital. Okay. This is hospital planning process. And we have certain rules and needs to basic fundamental needs. Our needs our needs must satisfy the users for whom we are designing. For if we designing for patient, we have to satisfy the patient needs. Or we are designing for any other department, doctors, nurse stations, wards, reception. We have to satisfy who are all using that place. This is our major role in architecture. It must be in correct proportion and size. Whatever maybe, if we are designing a kids room means it should be around kids measurement. If we are designing for aged people means it should be that measurement. Size and proportion is major important for patients. Next thing is general features. These are all the general features for not only for hospital. For any building, we have to analyze the environment. Environment means surroundings. What are all the surroundings? We have that road, traffic, everything involves in surroundings, trees, site, topography. Everything involves in environment. Screened windows. In every room, we have to cover screened windows. 3 to 4 separate entrance, exit point, attractive entrance. Then traffic flow, corridors. Corridors is the main thing because while carrying structures, we have to give minimum size of the corridors. If we are carrying two structures at a time means we have to give two structures size, 8 feet or 10 feet, 4 feet. It depends upon the purpose of the corridor. Visitors control. We have to break a room. It's like running physical part. Fire escape. Fire escape is most important thing in every building. These are all the main general features you have to design and think. Next things is components of hospital planning. First one, feasibility study. Feasibility study is nothing but a residence, high, middle, low. Whatever the possible things we have to analyze. Status of the peoples around the city. Peoples and their religions. We have to analyze while designing. We have to analyze what are all the pollution, population, and higher people, middle people, lower people. How much they they need that the hospital facility. Everything we have to analyze. Religions, Hindus is more than Muslims or Christians. We have to analyze so that we can plan that and decorating everything is. Next thing is project planning. Project planning is nothing but we have to make a timesheet. For architects, the most important thing is timekeeping. We have to think what are all the things to do one by one. We have to make a order and execute according to the plan. This is the most important thing. Implementation before after planning, implementation is the our output. So we have to implement what are all we are planning, and we have to implement those things. Next thing is strategic planning. The leader should think in all the ways to our project for present and future use. It's our responsibility to think in every leader's situation. We have to handle any situation and should have another plan if anything is collapse or getting delayed. Every time we have to use option B, option C plans. If something is happened, if some load is not dispatched or some works is collapsed, we have to check day by day, and we should have any another plan to sort out that. This is strategic planning and a leader's main quality. Next, shakedown period. After commissioning, the hospital some time is taken for testing. It means functional integration of different units, services, staffs, and patients. First thing is we have to test. After completing the hospital design, we have to analyze and we have to run a testing period for 1 week or 1 month. Everything is running perfectly or not, because we can't directly test with the patient, so we have to analyze whether this is working or not. Machinery and equipment, everything is tested. Alarm or emergency procedures, everything to be tested. Standard operating procedures are established and put into one place. Well-trained staffs also should be required, and we have to give them training. Maintenance service are put in one place. These are all the things we have to do in shakedown period, and it will take some people it will take 1 week or 1 month. It depends upon the hospital. Next thing is commissioning. Commissioning is its granting authority to someone or something. The main use of commissioning is to get the work done at correct time, because only one person cannot manage all those things at a time. So we have to allocate works to each and every persons. In structural, we have to allocate one people. In interiors designing, we have to allocate one people, and we can contact only one person. Is this work done or not? We can contact only one person. That is commissioning. It gives us a early stage to finish the building and hand over to our client at correct time. It will help us. Commissioning will help us. Okay. Next thing is data required in planning. Geographic data. Geographic data is nothing but we have to analyze the local location, place, region, movement, and human environment interactions. If we are selecting on site means we have to analyze what are all the near things, nearby environments, or any buildings are actually is there. Like that we have to analyze. In some roads you will be seeing that this is accident prone area. You have to analyze that also, where it will get more accidents, and who are all the peoples are living there, human environment interaction, what are all their community. Like that we have to analyze everything. Mobility and mortality status. Geographic data is useful for us. This will be useful to determine a variety of characteristic population. How much peoples are there in that particular area, we have to analyze that also. The basic details such as economic status, average age, what are the group age peoples, children, adults, or working women. We have to analyze those who are all working around that place. Ethnic diversity of the location. You have to analyze that particular area. Next thing is morbidity and mortality status. Morbidity its state of being unhealthy for particular disease or situation, whereas mortality is number of death occur in a population. So before I said how many accident prone zones and how much people are living there and any often death occurs, if we have to analyze these data. Need and demand, what are the basic needs? Some people requires that schools, colleges, these are all the basic needs and demands around local surroundings. We have to analyze that also. Details of existing facilities. This is also coming under that topic only. Details of existing facilities. What are all the things are already that village have? First, we have to think it's a rural area or urban area where we have to design, what we have to design, what are all the requirements. In every hospital, we don't have every facilities. So we have some gynecologist, tuberculosis ward means we if we have that problem in that village, we can particularly add that. Otherwise, we don't need for rural areas. It won't be necessity. So we have to analyze what are the present situation in that village, financial feasibility. For example, in village, people won't accept that private hospitals. They prefer only government hospitals. So in village, they won't build a mall. They will only city people only prefer a mall. So we can build a mall in only cities. So in village, if we have place or money, but it won't run. So this is financial feasibility. We have to analyze that also. Demographic details, population strength, sex and age ration, social status. Social status is most important thing. Higher people, if we have more higher people means we have recruit more equipments for scanning like that. They won't prefer middle peoples. They won't prefer. They will prefer only government hospitals. So you have to analyze that educational level, because what we are going to say, they want to understand first what are all the disease. If we are saying you have to pay this for this much cost means they won't accept it. I will go and check with the government hospital, they will say. So we have to see educational level also. These are all the data required in planning. Next one, planning team. This is the most important thing while designing any buildings. We need an advisor of hospital administrator, because we don't know all the details about hospital and how they are running. So we need one hospital administrator, specialist from various clinical branches. We have to analyze more than one clinic, hospitals, everything we have to check. So we need that person. Nursing advisor, HR manager. HR manager is managing every department's accounts. Civil and electrical engineers. Next, representative of local body, senior architect. Senior architect, under senior architect, civil and electrical engineers will come. These are all the main planning teams. We need these teams to design a hospital building. Steps of planning process. First thing, we need assessment. Need assessment means we have to do assessment in every location sites. We have make a assessment regarding type of health, health need. For example, people, some people will eat less and they will be fat. Some people eat more but they are lean. It's depend upon their body conditions. Like that, we have to segregate the health needs before designing a space. For whom we are going to design, for which age group we have to design. Older people, neither kids or women, working women, housewives, and also some disease like that, that's air spread diseases. Our design should control diseases instead of spreading it. We should separate the hospital rooms according to the diseases and requirements. We should not design only for present situation and should consider it also for future in case of any emergency. If we want means we have to extend or we have to rechange it, so that the things that combine any other rooms should be feasible for all the users. We have to do assessment in these topics. After that only we have one conclusion. Okay, this is right. This is we are going to do. This is wrong. We should not do this. We have one confusion. No, it will be clear. Architect's brief, request for proposal, appointment of consultant, detailed project report. Detailed project report means before what we are analyzing means we have to make a document and submit it to respected clients, and they should understand what we are going to tell. They should understand. After that only they will approve. Appointment of consultant. Okay. Notice inviting tender, allocation of work. These are all, allocation of work means we have to allocate each work to each persons, so that work will be done easily and quickly. Construction of building services and facilities equipment. First, we have to think what are the rooms we are going to do, um, and which type of equipments and facilities we want to give that people and client. This is the main basic things. And the size of the equipment. Structure means there is a particular size, standard size. So we have to design everything as one. Purchase and manpower selection. As I said, purchasing is also a main important thing. Manpower selection means for equipment we have select according to our requirements of the rooms. Some room will be small, some room will be large. It should be depending upon the uses. Stage of commissioning. Stage of commissioning is nothing but ordering and allocating works to particular persons. Review process. After after completing all the process, we have to review what all the works are going. Is everything is completed correct or not? We have to analyze and review process. These are all the steps of planning process. Review process is most important and big process. We have to review each and everything. In every stages we have review process. Next thing is master plan, overall site. We have, and these are all the most important topics, and we will present sheets to clients. Overall site means we have to see what are all the site's advantages, disadvantages, SWOT analysis. And next thing is topography, whether the site is flat or any contour level is there. We have to analyze the soil types. What are all the soil types? Everything includes in the overall site, and we have to see master plan is the main important sheets that client will use, and we have to give this to any structurals or peoples. We have to give this sheet only. What are all the buildings that going to come, and how many square feet? Everything will be in detail this sheet only, overall site. We have to how many percentage we have means we have to give 10 percentage future development, OSR, open space reservation for government. Future development we have to allocate place in every building, but in public, the commercial buildings, we have to allocate this. This is mandatory. Next, departmental boundaries, major entry and exit points. Exit points, entry points should be more exit and entry points in hospitals, because we need emergency entry, emergency exit. So we have to analyze and give details in these these topics. Vertical transport, interdepartmental corridors, locations of critical zones. Critical zones means some rooms are there, mortuary rooms, and we have arranged transportation facility for that room only. So we should keep that room in a separate place, separate zone, so that peoples can assess easily. Public peoples, we have to separate how we want to design everything in separate zones depending upon the use of the rooms. Energy conservation room in a big project, we will compulsory everyone will use energy conservation. Future site development, so I said before, OSR, open space reservation, appropriate wayfinding. In overall sites, in 2 acres, 3 acres hospital design, we have to keep a name board. Or this way direction goes to parking, this way goes to mortuary. Like that, we have to specify everywhere. Services master plan, project decision, outline brief. Project decision means nothing but what are all the things and where it going to comes. It should be clearly mentioned in master plan. Outline brief, road dimensions, where the noise will come. Everything should analyze. Opportunity and constraints, options considers. While building a design, we have to create 2 to 3 options. After finalizing the project, we have to make a detailed drawing or detailed elevation 3D drawings. That will be more useful for us, and useful for clients also to select the options, because some will see vastu in commercial buildings also. Some people won't prefer that vastu. So we have to think according to clients also. We have to think recommended options. We will design according to the client's requirements. Sometimes we will design what we thought. So we can recommend this will be nice for your design. This will be good, no, will not be nice. So we can recommend things so that they can okay, is this good? Okay, this is not good. They will analyze. Executive summary recommendation. Summary recommendation, what are all the things we are given? Executive summary recommendation. You have to make a sheet. Next thing, financial planning. Next thing is financial planning. Constructing, equipping, and furnishing the hospital. The most important thing. For equipments, we don't know how much cost. it will come, and how much equipment we needs, everything we have to analyze and furnishing the hospitals. After completing the building, we will do interiors and graphics works. For psychological rooms and all, we will give some pleasant landscape gardening, everything we have to design, and we have to calculate how much it cost for constructing, for landscape how much it cost, and what is the accurate price in market nowadays, and it will satisfy our needs. Okay, we have to think in all the ways. Operating funds, some people will collect funds, some people will sponsor for private buildings, some people will tie up, and we have to analyze that also. For an, if we tie up means we have some higher people's contacts. Next thing is financial assistance. Loan for fixed capital, loan for working capital. We have we have access to bank also. This is strategic essentials. Regionalization. She said region is a sector. When we divided, we have to think, if we are designing a house means we have to divide that into a separate region. For this place is for a kitchen, this place is for bedroom, this place is for hall. We have to allocate. This is regionalization. First, we have to list out the requirements for hospitals. What are all the things we are going to do, and we have to separate that in one place. These are all the things going to be east. These are all the things going to be in west direction, and we have to separate. In that separation, also we have to separate individual rooms for consultation, for scanning, for blood test, for everything. We have to separate and analyze the things before we are going to design. Pre-planning consideration. If we are going to do any work tomorrow means we have to pre-plan. Tomorrow this should be done at correct time. Tomorrow this work should start at correct time. We have to plan everything, and we should execute as the same. What we are planning means we should execute as the same, so that only work will done correctly. If this work needs 18 days means it should be before completion, but it should not exceed 18 days after 18 days, because we have another planning for after 18 days. So we should pre-plan everything, and we have to need to do need assessment. As I said before, what are all the assessment we need, depending upon the patients and doctors surroundings, we have to need assessment. Next one, plot ratio. How much we have plot ratio, and depending upon that, we have to design a requirements. Design for flexibility and expandability. Flexibility means, as I said before, we have to design always for two types, for present use and for future use. Flexibility means if we have any problems, the room should change means the furnitures and everything should be changed within a room without any adding walls or something. We have to change that. This is flexibility and expandability. Other rooms we have, if we need any if we are not sufficient for this place means we have to expand it. And for that we have to, before we have to give some space for expand another rooms, everything we have to give to combine two rooms or three rooms. We, if we have this place means we have to rearrange quickly, so that that will be useful for future use. Fulfill the demand functions. If we are designing for scanning room means we have to fulfill that demand, keeping accurate lighting for scanning machines. bed at a correct proportions. Everything should be satisfy the function of the room. For testing, everything will should satisfy. If for whom we are designing, we should satisfy their needs. Next thing is emphasis on patient focused hospital. Next one, focus on energy conservation. As you all know, energy conservation. Intelligent buildings. Intelligent buildings is nothing but we have to provide more comfort than ordinary buildings. Intelligent buildings means we go green. Green landscape, we have to provide landscape, skyscrapers, and safer. We should feel safer and comfort. What are all the patient needs? We have to create that. Everything in a single room. What are all the patient needs? Create a healing architecture. For some patient, there will be some psychological disorder. For curing psychological disorders, we can provide some greeneries, landscape, and aesthetic, and direct sunlight into the room, hospital rooms. We can design that only. Healing that will heal patients' mental problems. Anything it will heal. Healing architecture is most complicating and healing design. Some rooms needs a more ventilation, and some rooms need no. We should not give sunlight. Some rooms we have to analyze where it should come according to the sun direction. We should design. This should be in that east direction. Healing direct sunlight means we should provide window in east direction only, so that only it will come directly. It will give a pleasant feeling for patients also, so that they will be feel relaxed and settle. They won't think unnecessarily. We have to keep our surroundings only positive things. Healing architecture plays an important role in that psychological treatment. Next one, aesthetic and essential request. This is also one of the part of healing architecture. Aesthetic. We have to give aesthetic appearance, feeling good, pleasant, and feeling positive. We should keep things around positive things. We should hear some positive things, so it will be help that patient to be get cure yearly. Next thing is hospital architecture. Hospital architecture is nothing but we have to design. As I said before, architecture is more. It gives more important to spatial functionality and aesthetic feel. This is the most important. We have to satisfy the needs, clients with the needs also, and should um, look good and feel artistry feel. Um, we have to it should be like their home. It should not be reflect on a hospital. It should be like their home. So we have to design like that. Next thing is go green. Go green, nothing but landscape designing. What are all the things we have to add in landscape design, and where it will be useful in hospital, and we have to analyze that. Everything will be involved in go green. And this is the main one. Healing architecture, intelligent buildings, go green. This will be given importance to most hospitals. Go green means we have one separate, not only for only separate rooms, and in waiting area also we can give some landscape. If you are giving any fountain means, if direct sunlight comes under that fountain, if we are adding any fountain colors, it will reflect the whole room, so that the whole room will looks like pleasant. For example, if you are painting any glass paintings, after sun rises in east means, that will reflect the whole room. Okay, it will look colorful. So where we want to present the environment cool, and we want to think positive. It will spread positive things. This is the strategic essentials. Next thing is site criteria, needs of the community. This is comes under site selections, needs of the community, ease of accessibility, range of services offered, availability of specialist, availability of technology. As I said, for rural area, what are all the equipments we have to add? We have to analyze. This is only work out here. This is only useful for this place. We have to analyze that one. We 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 cannot spend every equipment in every hospital areas. We have one particular areas, so that people also will go. This is for gynecologist. So that technology, we have to use the technology depends upon the users only. We should not use, as we have more place, we should not add every rooms here. We have to add only what we need, what they need, what is useful in this place. We have to analyze those things. That's needs of community. What needs, we have to give that design. Otherwise, it what if you design for more budget, 1 crore, 2 crore, it will be waste, cost efficient waste. Range of services offered, everything involves in the needs of the community. It depends upon the users. We always design only for users. Next, study of existing hospital, if any. We can do two types of study: literature study or case study. Case study means we have to go any hospitals. We have to stay the whole day for a hospital, how they are working, how the peoples are coming, what are the problems they have, and we have to analyze the existing hospitals, clinics, everything. We have to visit directly 1 or 2. It's better to be visit around the surroundings. Then only we have to know what are the things going around these areas. So case study is most important thing in hospital designing, and we have some hospital representatives advice. Uh, we can we can get ideas. If you are talking with them, we can get some ideas. Okay, this is all their needs, so this is their demand, this is their drawback. We have to sort out the drawback. If we have some problems, means how to harass this problem by using our design. This is the basic things we have to design. Next, requirements of staffs and services. How many staffs, and first we have to think what are the departments going to come, and we have to decide for this department, this much staff is enough, or this much services is enough. We have to design and analyze everything. We have to analyze in case study. Literature study, we have analyzed in big hospitals in Google itself. How they are designing, how their design works in patients, for hospitals, everything we can analyze. What are all the things they need, that only we have to give. Otherwise, it won't be useful for them. So before going to next topic, we can take a water break. If anyone need water break, you can take 5 minutes water break. Let's catch up after 5 minutes. Okay, guys, everyone is there. Shall we start? Okay, let's see. Okay, where we have concluded in site criteria. Next thing is site selection. Site selection is one of the most important thing we have to do. Availability of sufficient land depending on the size of the hospital. We have to check first our requirements and size of the hospitals. If your requirements are huge, we need some big land, because in hospital design we should not satisfy with our small size. Okay, if this is a very small size kitchen means we can adjust like that. We should not compromise in hospital design. It should be in standard. If we don't have means we should reduce our requirements. This place is only enough for only this, or we have to go for any another options. We should not play in patients uses. This is most important thing. Requirement is size of the hospital. Accessibility to transportation and the communication lines. We have to check whether this is for feasible for any emergency cases. If they need emergency means it should be for easy transportation for patients and for and doctors also. If we if mortuary people's some vans, some vehicles, we should design every vehicles that come into that our sites. We should provide two roads. One is service roads, one is main road. Main road is for public access, and service road is for any equipments we need, or any hospital maintenance, hospital services, any main lorry. We should carry some things like those things. So we should provide two roads, emergency road, on services roads, one is main road. We need to provide two transportation roads. Must have good approaching roads. Good approaching roads means a nearby bus stand, like the railway station, any transport. Like we have to give any auto facilities, any share auto facilities. It should be there. We have to check everything before selecting a site. Proper drainage of rainwater. We have to give a rainwater harvesting method. We have to reuse any water, and we are in need of water. In that place, we have to analyze. This is it will be sufficient. Like that, we have to analyze everything: subsoil, water, and mineral level. We have to analyze the soil types also. What is the soil? Alluvial soil, sandy soil, vegetation soil. This is good for our hospital basement functions. So we have to analyze everything on mineral levels. We have to give every facilities to patients. So we have to analyze before everything is started. Parking facilities. Parking facilities is also one of the main thing, because the parking facility noise should not affect the patients. So it should be in a separate place. The hospital should be on separate place. But assessing the hospital, the road should given. Uh, a disabled person also should have assess the roads. Like that, we have to give some smooth roads. And while parking, after parking, they have to reach the hospital safely. Like that, we have to give some smooth roads. Everything is needed. Availability of public utilities, proper elevation for drainage and general sanitary measures. If there is any shortage of site, we have we have 10 criterias, and every criterias we have satisfied. Only one criteria it's not satisfied means we have to design according to that. We have to plan how we want to short this, and is there any another option, like that we have to sort it. Is the main criteria. This is the most important for site selection. One thing is that, so we have to check everything is okay or not. If this is sortable, okay, it means okay, we can go to that, like that. Freedom from smoke, noise, vapors, and other noises. This is I said before. Noise is the most thing we that patient should not distract our doctors. They should not. In operation theaters, should not be any noises is there. It should distract the doctors or patients. I think we should avoid these types of problems. This is major one. Future expansion. While this site selection is for also future expansion, we need, if we have quotation for 1 acre projects means we should select the site 1.5 acre or 2 acre, because we should give setbacks and service roads. These are all in the design criteria. We have to think everything in future expansion. If we have any emergency or we are in need of rooms or shortage of any places means we have to expand that future expansion place. So we should provide only at back side, not at front side. Front side we should give aesthetic appearance. So in backside we should provide some spaces, or any other building should come means we should provide some spaces for future expansion. Total cost. Total cost. Some sites needs digging process. If there is any contour levels means we have to do alteration process. Okay. For that, whatever we are doing alterations, it should satisfy. Otherwise, again, it will create some problems. We have to test that lands level, contour levels. So how it will cost for preparing that site itself, it will cost nearly 1%, 2% of the project cost means it is waste. So we have to think that also. Next, this is site analysis. This is how we have to analyze the sheets and presentation to clients. This is wind movements, sun direction. By seeing this, client will easily understand. Oh, this is the most noisiest area. This one, and blue color. This will be pleasant for that aesthetic healing architecture. I said no. These rooms will come under these sides. Airflow will be most important, and southeast northeast is the most airflow direction during winter seasons, and we have to keep the rooms according to their airflow. Next, noise analyzing. We have to keep, if any rooms that comes near noise pollution means we have to use the materials to control that noise. um, I have to analyze what are the rooms we have to keep, and we have to divide. While designing, we have to divide the rooms where it should come, and what the materials we should use, and how it will works, and it should not affect the patient's health. Also, we should see everything before designing a hospital. Next thing is any buildings is there. This is a adjacent house, like that. Every building is there. We have to see what are the building things. By seeing this also we can decide that the future projects. This is the site outline, and we have to design place our buildings. This gray color, this sandal color is our building. This is greenish areas, gardening. This is everything for future use only. And most noise will come this side, and this side. This is the sun path diagram. A sun rises in this side and sets in this side. So healing architecture, I said before, that room should be in come this side. This everything should be done in single line drawing, bubble diagram, zoning. Everything should finish in single thing. Site analysis sheet is the main basic things to develop our designs. Um, at last, we have to see this is the main thing. What we have to done, what we should not done. Everything should be analyzed in this one site analysis sheet. This is for our reference also, and it would be helpful for a client to understand easily. We can take 2 to 3 sites. One is in ECR, another one is like anywhere where we want to build, and where is the marginal response for hospital. If there is around 2 to 3 hospitals around the surroundings, means it won't be good again building a hospital. We want to build a hospital where there is more need, and there is no thing. And every for every site selection, we have to do this site analysis, and we have to give them SWOT analysis. What are all the advantages, disadvantages, the weakness of the site? Is there any flaws? Transport facilities. There is in need of transport facilities, water facilities, a drainage problem. In case of rainy season, there will be more floods will come. So we have to analyze everything in site analysis sheet. We have to present them in a detailed manner so that they can select, okay, this site will not be good for our project, this site will be good. And before I said, there will be a 10 criteria for site selection, and we are satisfying with the 9, and most main thing is one criteria and we are not satisfying, is that should be rejected. That site should be rejected. If we have any another solution for solving that criteria, that problem arises, means we can select that. If we satisfy with 8 criteria under two small problems, we can alternate with any other options, or we can go to another option also. This is site selection. Main thing is site selection. This is site selection. After analyzing these data, pinter movement, first thing is topography, altitude aspects. What are the climatic regions that in that place? Water availability. In how many feet there will be water availability? We have to give bore, corporation water, and nearness to the market. Uh, Everything will be analyzed in site selection. It will increase the land cost also. If we if we select any main roads sites, means it will be more cost, but there will be more hospitals also, so it won't be good. So we have to see in every aspects, so that only it will be one good design, and there will be no loss for either that hospitals, client, everyone. Labor availability, we have to check whether there will be availability of labor, or we have to provide um, any areas to them. Everything accessibility to the area, what are all the equipments we need for hospital, we have to check accessibility nearby, or we can um, bring wherever, and we have to give a way for them. Next thing is soil. Soil, we have to check the texture, structure, depth, drainage, pH, and nutrition. Texture means I said that sandy soil, alluvial soil. There are more types of soil. Vegetation soil. In vegetation soil, there yeah, for loan approval they won't approve for loan because vegetation soil we should not construct a building like that. In certain places they have some rules, so we have to check that structure, soil depth. Uh, in some places there will be around 30 feet water flow, or some places 50 feet water flow, and this will increase that cost, or in need of any what emergency case we don't have that water facilities, means it will be more toughest situation for patients. Also for drainage cleaning also there should be proper maintenance. Everything should be checked and noted. Some climatic changes, temperature, light, wind, frost, rainfall, everything we should analyze. These are all things we should analyze before designing a building. And before sheet I showed that this is the we have to analyze the sun path, and how we have to orient the building where the rooms have to separate, where I have to place the rooms. This room should be come in this side, and this will heal our patients. Like that we have to analyze climatic changes for this side, prevailing winds, in which season the wind airflow will be more, and we have to design rooms for two uses in winter season, and for summer season we have without changing or costing any things, we have to rearrange the rooms into another. If winter season mean, we have to change that into another place, another any consulting room, or this is in this time this room this department will be won't be used. It means we have to change, we have to design before. We have 2 to 3 options. Everything which we should plan before and pre-plan. It's pre-planning is most important thing in this one. Next one, architect report. We should, before we have analyzed everything, we have to give the client in written document policies, types of services we provide. That if we need any criteria, we have any rules and regulations, we have to inform everything in written document, so that only client will accept. If we are talking if we are taking any decision without asking the client, means they won't accept it. So this is most important thing to give the client is written document. First thing is site information. As I showed that a site analysis sheet, no, in this sheet what are all the advantages and disadvantages, transportation, everything should be written in document. As a client, how they understand, how like that we have to present functional content. If they selected some site, means we have to make a design functional content. This will be work out for this location, and this department will not be work out. And we have to decide what are all the functional content, workload, like that. Also some hospitals will work for 24 hours doctors. Some will work, okay, this time with only a first aid and nurses will be available. Like that workload will be patient flow also. In this time there will be more patient in this season. If like last year also more marriages have come, no, like that workload, it will be depend on the location of the where we are selecting the site, it will be depend on that only. Next thing is staffing, and what are the requirements they are given, and we need to encounter a list, how much staff they need, how much people they need to maintain the hospital, how much people they need to function day to day activities. Everything we have to analyze, and we have to give them in a written document. Equipments, required equipments. In for this room we have to two equipments. For this room we have one equipment is needed. Like that we have to first design the requirements. It also depends upon the clients only. After that we have suggest we have any if we have any suggestion we have also we have to provide another paper, so it should be useful for them to analyze. So you have to give everything in detail. Equipments is important thing is measurements. For some room, for adults room we have different measurements, for kids room we have different measurements. So we have to separate equipments, separate rooms, separate count how much they need, and we have to design give them sizes also. This room requires this size. Everything. If we need this equipment means the room should be this size, standard size, so that only we can keep this equipment. Like that, we have to give a count for them. Next, policies and procedure. What we have in certain designers, they have some procedures, they have some policies. Everything should be returned in detail. Schedule of accommodation. As I said before, there will be some labors, and we have to arrange some accommodation for them, so that they will be so that it will be easy for them to work. In case of shortage of labors, it will be useful for them. Zoning is nothing but we have to plan where are all the rooms should come. Zoning means particular regions. In this sectors, these are all the particular region. And we have to divide in. If we design a residence, we have to zone. This is kitchen, this is in big site we have to decide this is going to be residential area, this is going to be commercial area, this is going to be park, this is going to be public usable area, this is going to be road. We have to zone divide everything in a drawing. Also we have to clear for client what are they are asking, we have to clear. Next thing is financial aspects. What are the details we have given above, and we have to calculate how much it approximately we have to calculate, and we have to go quote a little bit higher than our expectation, because in future there will be any increase of amount or cost, any market values if changes means it will be a problem for us. So we have to mention that also financial, if there is any changes the quote will amount will change. Like that we have to mention that particular line also, so that only client will accept. Otherwise it will be why this is extra costing. If we quote for 10 lakhs means some market values will increase, that during that time equipment will cost more. So we can't do anything at that time, and so that we have to mention at that this is market value at this period. If any changes occurs, this rate will also change. We have to clear and clear we have to clear that point, so that they can also understand, okay, this will be a problem will come. Like that we have to give in these topics only we have to give client report. This is detailed project report, that is for like a agreement like that they have to give. This is detailed project report. Background of the project, limitations. We have to analyze what are all the things, background of the project and the cost efficient, everything we should before quoting we have to analyze the things, limitations. We should, if some site areas have some limitations, for example FSI, if the site have floor space index, we will calculate that as for floor space index. This is as per norms in government rules. 1.9 means it should not exceed 2 floors or 5 floors. It depends upon the particular area. For example, in Chennai, ECR have different FSI, Adyar have different FSI, and T Nagar have different FSI. Everything will be depends upon the areas and locations, populations. Everything there will be more rules, and we have to um, check, is this okay, if this is in this FSI we have to build only this much floors, and we have to analyze everything with the government norms also, and if we should not exceed that limitations. If in case of any emergency, if we exceed that limitations, means it will be danger for patients only. So we should analyze that also. Financial statement is um, what we are quoting, what we are giving to them. Everything should be in correct manner. Correct. This should be the amount. If this is not possible, if any changes will occur, and this will be increased by this level, and we should give that financial statement to the client. Labor deployment, detailed estimate of the project. Detailed estimate of the project is that estimation should depends upon the requirements, site costing. If we have any site selection, we have to spend some money for site alteration. It needs some money, so we have to mention in detail, this is for transportation, this is for import, this is for exporting the project. This everything we have to submit the client in detail. This one is for if we book the yearly, means there will be more less rate. If we booked it before 1 week, we need delivery. In any case of emergency, we need this, means there will be more rate. So this should be, and everything is mentioned in document clearly, so that they will, okay, this is a correct estimation. They will have some faith on us, and that we will give them a correct estimate. This is detailed estimate of the project. List of medical equipment and specification. Specification, and it depends upon the requirements. And what are the requirements they are given? We need to submit that specification. This should be like this only. If we need, for example, reception area, next to reception area there must be some waiting space. After that only we have to design a consultant room or any testing room, any other room we have to design, that in a flow. We have to maintain a flow, that is most important. Medical equipment, as I said before, and we have to list in detail equipment. What are the in the zone, we have to mention that in sizes. For every room we have to mention this count, but in this report we have to mention that in sizes. In this size, I need two machines for this room. Count and their sizes, everything we should mention, and their specification on how it going to work, like that. Manpower requirement also, it depends upon the functions. We have to test, shakedown period, I explained. There will be 1 week trial period, like that. Manpower requirement we need, we have assume that this will be enough to run, but after some time it will not be enough, so we have to mention in detail in for example, night shift, day shifts, we have one, no, we had we have another person on spare. In case of emergency, you can hire them, like that. We have to mention in every situation how we are going to handle, how they are going to work. We have to analyze and give them a solution. This is most important thing. Running, maintaining, maintenance and operational cost. Day to day functional activities, everything, maintenance charges, operational cost, Everything should be noted and analyzed, and it should be given in detail. Next, budgetary projection. If they have any budget problem, or it should be this is this much amount is enough for this room, particular room. We can segregate that. Okay, this is if I analyze these areas, this will not be a problem. This is will not come in. We can provide only one room or any only one equipment. If we have cities, we have wards, we have ICU wards more than 2 3 like that. We have in budget projections, we have given in case of any emergency we will give you only one room because of budget problem. And how we can sort out and what are all the things they need, we have to analyze. In that we should not compromise anything. This is extra, I'm giving this extra, so this budget is shortage, so I'm giving only one room. Like that we have to shortage these areas. This is detailed project report. This will be more useful for client, or you are working you was if you are a senior architect, you have any another assistant architect, means they will be, it will be useful for them also. They can easily understand the project. If anyone newly coming, or they need some project reports, means it will be very useful for them to see, and they can easily understand. Oh, okay, this is the main problem. Okay, this much they need. And if we need to maintain or any commissioning process, as I said, we have to allocate 1%. We need we just give this single page is enough. Okay, they will check everything is going correct or not. They will analyze. Next thing, planning for preventing injuries. First thing, protection from unwanted and unnecessary disturbance in order to help speedy recovery. Protection is most important for all the patients. We must need more care, and we should give them more care. For sound depending upon the disease, we have to start the treatment. Like that, depending upon the problem, we have more solution, and we have to analyze those things, how we have to sort out this problem, and we have to increase the our protection um, ways. Separation of dissimilar activities. As I said before, near the OP ward, there should not be operation room. It should be disturbance for doctors, nurses, and delivery. Near the delivery ward, there should be ventilators for children's, like that. But we should separate. Only doctors and nurses should allow, and it should not be shown in public. There's a room, and they only assess for that room is only office staffs. Like that, we have to separate every rooms depending upon the users, and collecting all those requirements we have to separate. After waiting room, there must be a consultant. This is flow. But operation theater, it should not like that. So we have to change that place. Separation is most important thing. Next one, control. The NASA station should be positioned strategically to enable proper monitoring of visitors. This thing I said, a reception area. After that reception, we have to guide them where they want to go, and it's visible. If that area is divided into 3 phases or 4 phases, and what are all the public main thing we need, that help means it will be visible to people and easy accessible for people. How we guide them and what they need, and they can easily assess that. circulation. All the departments of a hospital must be properly integrated. Circulation is also, we have to create one flow, one method. um, if they have some problems, is first you have to check up doctor, next you have to go to this, for example, for pregnant ladies we have first doctor consultation, next some people go for scanning. So that should be a proper circulation. Again we have to come for waiting area, again we have to direct in any other route. It will be confused, and people will be roaming around or around and around. It will be make a collapse and noise. There will be more irritation for people. Circulation should, this area means everything, whatever the needs for pregnancy ladies blood test, everything we should be arranged in some separate places. Scanning, after checkup we have to move to after scanning, and we have to wait in that particular waiting area to collect our reports. Again coming to our main entrance, again going to collect uh, our reports, means it will be make a collapse in circulation space. And it won't be looks, many peoples are going around and around. A hospital will be messy and more noisy also. And we should arrange separate zones for circulations, and it should be proper. Next thing is design aspect. It should be divided into public, semi-public and private. This is a main thing before it's circulation area. No, this is public, semi-public. First, we have to list out the things what all the we have to going to do. Public means this will be public usable. This semi-public means only nurses and doctors accessible. Private areas means only doctors can accessible. For example, private areas, laboratories, we can say laboratories only doctors or scientists only assess that private spaces. Semi-public are both doctors, nurses and any emergency patients, ICU ward, like that we will be assessing that place only. Public, everyone whoever having any problem, they will assess the OP ward. Outpatient ward, they will assess easily everyone. In case of emergency also, first they will be assessed in this place. After giving first aid, they will be direct to any other doctors or what they required. For not only for this one, any commercial building we have to separate. For ventilators, I said before, ventilators, that should not be visible in public places, but it should be in plan. But we should separate and segregate that way for public peoples, and it should not be visible for them where we are working, what we are, and how they, these are all the things they know, they don't want to know. And it should be separate, and we have to divide every time public, semi-public, private. In this designing aspect only, we have to start the design and we have to work out. This is zoning. This is, I said before, we have to collect the requirements, and we have to design into different regions. This is for patient rooms, and related to patient rooms, what are all the rooms we should place. That rooms only we should place near the patient rooms, specialized medical rooms, everything. It should be that certain criteria. First we should separate that this is public place, this is semi public, this is private, like that we have to separate that zones. This is zoning. After that we have to design where the entrance going to be done. In the circle also we have to define the design a zoning area again, and again we have to separate, and we have to work out this for every individual rooms also. In patient rooms also, particular place we have to work out where the wash patient should come, where bed should be placed, where that sofa waiting area should be placed, and where the visitors can come, and how they control, and how the entry was blocked. And some people won't in some hospital they won't allow every time, so that they can control that visitors and people crowd. We should utilize every zone according to the purpose of which it is allocated. This is done in order to facilitate the proper use of the requirements for different uses, different purposes. As I said, it should be in different purposes. If we went to some checkup, means we have to complete every formalities in that room. After that only we have to come out and wait for this place. It should be a good and healthy design, and there will be no distraction or any patient miserable. There will be nothing. So we should maintain that, design. Everything should be separated. After this stage, there will be a bubble diagram. In this stage, we have to decide what are the rooms are going to come in this area, and this area is separated, this area is separated. We have to first separate it. Next thing, we have to design that particular area. In if we design bubble diagram, means in this particular area, what are the rooms where it going to be done. This is patient zone, this is clinical zone, this is supply zone. We have to roughly make a sketch. Okay, this will be good, this will not be good. Hygiene zone, clinical zone, supply zone. Supply zone means we have to family zone. This is a public area, so we have to assess the entry in this point. After that, patient zone, this two zone will be for nurses and doctors. It will be, and this zone also only nurses will assess. So it will be in particular room also. There is a three criteria: public, semi public, private. We had to design that like that only. In before that, here also consulting rooms, these colors are um, same uses, and these colors are same uses: dormitories, kitchen, dining room, living room. While coming to this room, we can use all these rooms, and after leaving this, we can uh, our needs are satisfied. Why we are coming here, and this is satisfied only after we are getting out from here. Like that, also consulting rooms. We have to, if we need any X-rays, this one, if this room and the X-ray room is not connecting because it's a private room. Lab and exam rooms, nurse stations is connected, so that only this is semi public, this is also semi public, this is public, this is private. Like that, connecting point should it should be understand for everyone who are all seeing this plan for first time, and each is there any flaws, and we can sort out by this time also. By connecting these ways, we have to build a corridors. We have connect some corridors, and how it going to work, or any other corridors we need, and how we can short this. Like, we should not provide more corridors. If we are separating a zone, we should give a corridors. Otherwise, we should not waste the space mostly in corridors. We should um, utilize the space. If this corridor is not necessary, um, we can use this corridor to reach that room. Like that, we have to sort out our plans. In this also, cost efficient will be zone proximately. This is not appropriate. This is proportion drawing. This size will be okay. It will become in this size and this size. And like that, we have to separate every rooms. Bubble diagram will give you the most okay. We have to design like this only. It's going to be come out like this only. After that only we have to create a shape, rooms, sizes of room. Like that we will create some designs. For consulting room, from here only people will go for consulting room. Reception, from reception, waiting area, lobby, here from here only they will go for consulting rooms. After that, if they have any test, they will come to lab. Like that it will connect. And direct, this is there is no direct corridor for spa rooms. And it is not necessary. If it is not necessary, we can we should not give. If we are giving, means there is no problem, but it will be more cost efficient. Before zoning, we can, if there is any problem in bubble diagram, we can change these sectors in here. This is we have to separate public, semi-public, private in the zoning area itself. After that only we will come to this bubble diagram. This is this will not be satisfy all our needs. Sometimes it will be some okay, this is not satisfying, I should change this zone. Supply zone, clinical zone, I should say change this as here. And and we have to think before starting the design. It will not be waste of time. After starting a design, we should, we have another options. Too many options. Bubble diagram is easy to make, is easy to change. After creating a design plan, it's something okay, this should not be nice. After that also we have some ideas. Before that we have 3 to 4 options like that bubble diagrams. It will be useful for designing a thing for people. And zoning, zoning is the most important thing that everyone should do before starting a project, because from here only the design is starting. After that bubble diagram, after that only the planning will execute. Inpatient zone, there's no need of that clinical zone, and we can change that. If we have any another idea, we can change that to supply zone. You have to divide and separate. Next thing is equipment planning. Equipment planning, it's nothing but what are all the necessary functions or services of the hospital we need, that we have to plan before. It's main important thing is to discuss with the architect designing the building yearly, so that the facilities plan will be sufficient size to accommodate the equipment and render the necessary services. We have to discuss with the designers, and mm, we have to conclude okay, this much only we have to we need. In case of an emergency, this is another option we need. Okay, we have to decide that. A room by room equipment list is then compiled and reviewed by the admin, medical, and department staff. As I said, in detailed report, we have to give equipment, how much we need and in which size we need, so that they can understand. Okay, these are all the things we are going to do. These are all the things that going to accomplish their rooms. and they want to know admin what are the how we are going to design in each and every step. We have to converse with the admin peoples. In admin people's designing structurals also we have to analyze, okay, this will be strong, this will not be work out here, and we have to give every equipment planning counts. Next, built-in equipment. These include counters and cabinets in laboratories. Everything built-in equipments mean in kitchen we are designing a counters, and that is built in already we are building. And modular kitchen means we have some cabinets above the gas. Above that we are attaching cabinets into the wall. That's our built-in equipment that will come under built-in equipment for pharmacy. In any clinic, they need some counters. For racks, they need to see keep the medicines. They need some racks. We have to design that also. This is also wardrobe, attached wardrobe, dressers. In every patient's room there should be one cupboard, and that will come under built-in equipment. If any additional equipment we are adding, that will come under in material furnishings, in materials. And we should separate what are all the things we in a single room itself we have to separate. In patient room, what are all the things it going to done, what are the things going to come equipments. And we should think, if we reuse this, how can we reuse in two types. We can use in cupboards and racks in opens, or we can use that also as mm closed. We can keep any doors for we can keep any doors, and that will be closed. So we can before we are designing, we have to think in always two ways. And that will be in construction contract, and it will be divided into two types. What we are all building in construction, that material cost will be separate. And we are doing interiors means it will be cost some, it will be cost separate, and both will be separate cost. And we have to separate this, and we have to explain the clients and its architect's responsibility. Hospitals, elevators, incinerators, coolers, fixed sterilizing equipment, everything will come in built-in equipment, because elevators are constructing, that will be come under in construction line only. After, if we are buying any furnitures, it will be it will be like additional charges, and we are adding any other materials for furnishing this, it will be another side, and it will be come in built-in equipment. We have to calculate everything in built-in equipment. What all that comes under construction charges, and it will be comes in interior and furnishing charges. We have to separate both that. Next, depreciable equipment. This includes equipment that has a life of 5 years or more and is not purchased through construction contracts. As I said, and this is movable, and it should be we are buying from another person, and it should be come under it will not come under construction contracts. Some people will do only construction with one person, and decoration interiors with another person. So it will come under interiors, decoration, furnitures. In that range, it will become machines, equipments. Everything will come under machineries in that particular place. And we have that guarantee this machine will work for 5 years. This machine will work for 6 years, and we have to mention that also. These are the large pieces of furniture which have a relatively fixed location and are capable of being moved. Example: diagnostic and therapeutic equipment, laboratory instruments, office furniture, etc. These are all the movable things and the big furnitures we have to use in this one. Okay, guys, balance we will see in next class. Time is up. Okay, I'm leaving. And I will share you the PPT tomorrow after finishing second class. I will share you the PPT. Thank you, guys.